Go ahead and call the Senate back to order. Sergeant Arms will please secure the chamber doors. Members, please take your seats. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. President.
All right, Senators. As everyone recorded their presence, we will substitute the prior invocation for this afternoon's invocation. Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk will take the call. With 38 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland is again back in session. Let's see, do we have any guests? Any guests that folks want to introduce? All right, we do have a resolution. Recognize the senator from Anne Arundel.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor today to honor Nancy Crawford, who has given 46 years to the state of Maryland, starting out as a young person on the Board of Elections, becoming the director of the Board of Elections, taking some time off because her husband's job transferred, and then came back and has been in Department of Legislative Services, was a chief of staff to Senator Phil Gimeno, and I inherited her 20 years ago as my chief of staff. So Nancy has been with me the full 20 years that I've been in the Senate, or in the legislature. But I have a resolution, a beautiful resolution, and will the secretary read it, please?
The clerk will read the resolution in full.
Be it hereby known to all that the Senate of Maryland offers its sincerest congratulations to Nancy Crawford in recognition of your retirement after 46 years of dedicated and exemplary state service as director of the Anne Arundel County Board of Elections, including 20 years as Senator Beidle's chief of staff. The entire membership extends its best wishes on this memorable occasion and directs this resolution be presented on this 10th day of April 2026.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? If so, the clerk will take the call.
Did I get to call?
To Miss Nancy Crawford, the Senate of Maryland unanimously celebrates your incredible years of public service and thanks you for everything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are deeply thankful for your work, and I know that the good senator is also super thankful for your work of 20 years. Yes, Senator from Anne Arundel?
I'm retiring because Nancy's retiring, so it's all her fault.
Now we know. Oh, it all makes sense. All right.
I also want to say that Nancy's husband, Charles Crawford, was with us today, so thank you.
Yes, welcome. Thank you for being a partner along the way, too. Thank you, Nancy. Well, we're going to start today with, in fact, we went, I'm so glad we were able to celebrate Nancy. It's in line with our celebration of retiring senators from public service. And we are so pleased to have the senator from Anne Arundel County, the chair of finance, who has served in the Senate since 2019. Before that, of course, served in the House of Delegates since 2007, all while representing the 32nd District in Anne Arundel County, where she's been a lifelong resident. Senator Pam Beidle attended Archbishop Spalding High School and Anne Arundel Community College and earned a degree in business administration from Towson University, graduating magna cum laude after attending night and summer classes. She received the Towson University Alumni Association Distinguished Alumni Award in 2025. She opened her own insurance agency in 1979, only 27 years old at the time, and operated it until 2017, and was inducted into the Anne Arundel County Chamber of Commerce Business Hall of Fame in 2021. She has a long history of community involvement, even before her elected office duties. When she was endorsed by the Capitol in 1998 for her first election to Anne Arundel County Council, editors wrote, Mrs. Beidle sports a litany of examples of community service, from serving on the board of directors of Hospice of the Chesapeake to involvement with leadership in Anne Arundel, the Northern Anne Arundel Chamber of Commerce, and the Anne Arundel Economic Development Corporation. We favor Mrs. Beidle, who has the business and community experience as well as a proven record of working with people to achieve results. Of course, in the Senate, she has been the chair of the Senate Finance Committee since 2024, deputy whip from 20 to 23, and chair of the Anne Arundel County Senate delegation from 2019 to 2021, her most cherished of all the roles. Senator Beidle is described as a, quote, genial and seasoned political leader who has always kept close to her constituents. She has said about her own legacy that she is, quote, proud of her work on transportation infrastructure, healthcare access, and small business support. When discussing her upcoming retirement, she said, "My husband and I enjoy traveling and golf. I want to play mahjong. I want to belong to a book club. I don't have any time for any of that right now." Her favorite quote, "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful people can make a difference. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." With that, we'd like to ask Senator Pam Beidle to join us on the dais.
Got tissues up here?
Nope.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And it really has been my honor to serve with the Finance Committee, which is a wonderful committee, but to chair Finance Committee has really been an honor. And I will tell you, quite frankly, it's hard to give it up, but I think you know when it's time. And as I said, Nancy's retiring after 20 years, so I don't have my chief of staff anymore. But, you know, I just feel like Len and I have been married 54 years, and I've been in office 28 of those years. And it's really time to have time for us and to try to declutter the house, downsize, and move. And we have lived in the district my entire time in office. Well, my entire life, I've lived in District 32. And it took one precinct out for a little bit and put it back. But it really has been an absolute pleasure to work with all of you. You know, 8 years on the county council was amazing. I ran for county council because leadership Anne Arundel, my class members really pushed me to run. It was never my desire. I see these young people who come and they, you know, they come and talk to us about running for office and being, I never had that dream. My mother ran for Central Committee and didn't win, and then she passed away in 1991, so she never really got to share in the joy that I've had of being in public office. But it's really been an amazing 28 years. It's a long time. You know, it's been challenging. This particular year, I think, has been more challenging than most, but I couldn't have done it without my vice chair and a great committee. Vice Chair Hayes, can I call him out? Can I use the senator's name? Vice Chair Hayes has really been an amazing vice chair. And our committee has come together. Almost all of our votes pass. 95% of our votes are unanimous. So we've really worked well together. It's been a great committee. I do need to, if I can do this, a shout out to our council, Nathan McCurdy, Amber Gunlock, and Lisa Tran, amazing council who work with us. I couldn't do the job without them, and they've really been amazing with us. But I will tell you, I will miss all of you. I'll come back and visit, but it's the friendships that make the difference. And in this body, I think we're just so collegial. It's so different, only being 47 of us, I guess. But I really have enjoyed working with every one of you and hope to stay in touch. And before I ride off into the sunset, I just want to thank all of you for your friendship. So thank you. Thank you.
Recognize the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the great senator's remarks be journalized.
Most certainly, without objection, we will journalize those remarks and appreciate the senator for her incredible public service. We thank her deeply, deeply. All right. Let's see. Anything else before we start into the work today? If not, so be considered the reading of the journal from the prior legislative day. We have a little bit of administrative one. Timing-wise, let's see, it's 3:45. This one's going to be probably a little bit of a longer session, so this is one of the kind of buckle up ones. And then we'll probably take a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back and see where we are. So it's going to probably be dark by the time we get out, so keep that in mind. All right, let's start with first reading House bills. This is calendar 42. Clerk will read the bills.
House Bill 13, Delegate Vogel.
Majority leader moves so we consider the reading of the bills. They are referred to the Rules Committee. Let's go ahead and read the messages. This is going to start with House Bill 139. 139.
House Bill 139, Delegate Rogers, Sales and Use Tax, Tax-Free Day, Veterans Day by the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. The House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede. Said bill is returned herewith by order Sylvia Siegert, Chief Clerk.
Message having been read is journalized. I think that's the only message for that one. Is that correct? Nope. Second message. Clerk, read the second message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not recede in the Senate amendments and respectfully request that the House reconsider and concur. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes, the Senate appoints Senator
So to consider the
Rosenberg.
reading of message. Message having been read is it will be ordered journalized. We will go to the next bill, which is going to be Senate Bill 311. We have a second message on the bill, not the band.
Senate Bill 311, President Education, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Revisions by the Majority Leader. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates does not recede in the amendments to the Senate bill and agrees to a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes. The Senate has appointed Senator Feldman chairman, Senator Watson, Senator Croza. The House appoints Delegate Smith chair, Delegate Forbes, Delegate Ebersol. Said bill is returned herewith by order Sylvia Siegert, Chief Clerk.
Message having been read is ordered adopted. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. All right, well, let's just jump in. All right, let's go ahead and take up a conference committee report. Tiny little bill. Clerk will read the bill, and then we will hear from the chair of the conference committee.
House Bill 1532, the Speaker, Utility Relief, Reducing Energy Load for Inflation, Conference Committee Report.
All right, question is on the adoption of the conference committee report. Let's hear from the chair of the committee and chair of the conference committee.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. You have in front of you what appears to be a 210-page conference committee report. I know that everybody's going through it very thoroughly, but Mr. President, just to rehash a little bit, we spent almost 4 hours on second reader discussing this very comprehensive 100-page bill after it came out of the Triple E committee on a 9-to-1 bipartisan vote, and we had further discussion just last Monday, Mr. President, before we passed the Senate version of the bill on a 38-to-4 bipartisan vote. So I do not plan on rehashing everything in the 100-page underlying bill or the 210-page comprehensive conference committee report, but I will say again, as I did last week, that this is a very comprehensive piece of legislation that goes far, far beyond just providing short-term relief through a variety of program changes and adjustments to rate-making policies within the control of the General Assembly. It also addresses medium and longer-term energy supply imbalances by building on the Next Generation Energy Act legislation we passed last year regarding the need for more in-state generation, and establishes several consumer transparency requirements, guardrails, and policies to manage data center growth, and consolidates and streamlines important utility cost relief programs for low-income Maryland ratepayers. Since it's 100-page bill or 210 pages, depending on how you count, it is I have to emphasize this, Mr. President, it's very, very easy to cherry pick a few things we removed in conference, like a floor amendment or two, are four few things that we added in conference. All that said, colleagues, I just want to make the point that the bill in its current conference committee form is substantially, Mr. President, I want to reiterate, substantially the same as the bill that left this chamber last Monday on a 38-4 vote, with most of the key elements intact. And I would say that despite there may be some rhetoric to the contrary, that is the case. I would say 80-85% of the bill that passed 38-4 last week is still in this bill as part of our broader effort to address our short-term, medium-term, and long-term set of issues. I will I'll take questions right off the bat, but I did want to highlight there are a few items that I think warrant some discussion about some of the differences between what's in the conference committee report and what we passed last Monday. And so first, the topic of forecast test years has come up, and the ability of the utilities to use forecast test years. I know there's a technical issue for those of you not on the energy committees, but the House had a ban. They put in a legislative ban in their House product that would have prohibited utilities from using this mechanism. About 30+ states use it, 20 do not, but in no case in the United States has any state legislatively banned this particular ability to use forecast test years as part of a multi-year rate making. And so where we ended up in the conference committee was there is no ban. It's a bit of we're going to defer to the Public Service Commission to have a proceeding. They're the ones best equipped to analyze it. Specifically, they're going to have a proceeding that allows potentially the use of forecast test years, historic test years, or a hybrid model, that whatever's in the best interest or what protects taxpayers and ratepayers, that's going to be the test. And during that period of the proceeding, this model, this particular forecast test year analysis is not going to be able to be used. So that's how we came down there. Again, we pushed back on this idea of legislatively banning, and we're going to defer to the Public Service Commission to do its good work. A second issue has to do with the Empower program. One difference is we removed from the Empower program some portion, we allowed some gas programs in Empower and didn't allow others. And so I think the back and forth with the House was that there was some inequity in that. For those parts of the state, for example, those in the Washington gas area, they would still be stuck with a surcharge, albeit Washington Gas may be doing some good programs, but that in other parts of the state, the surcharges would be not including gas, and that sort of dichotomy I think was ultimately somewhat problematic. And so we came down with just being consistent, equitable, again, throughout the state. The net result of that, Mr. President, is that there will be no gas programs. By removing that, we will have a downward pressure on the Empower surcharge, which will benefit our ratepayers of the state. A third, I would say, meaty topic that's been discussed at some length has to do with retail supply marketplace. And there has been a desire by many in the chamber to open up those markets a little more than they currently are. And there's two things I would point out on that front. We did open it up a little bit. We didn't open up all the bells and whistles. Some of the bigger players, quite frankly, Mr. President, were looking for a lot. In order to come back into the marketplace, they were looking for a lot from this state and from our ratepayers, and we did not do that. What we did do is have some guardrails and open up in a very modest way some more retail supply opportunities in the marketplace, and I'll certainly can answer some questions on that. That's one thing that we added into the conference committee report. A couple of final things I just would point out before potentially opening up for questions. We did take a few floor amendments, and one was from the senator from District 2 having to do with gas line extensions. So there's some merit to that. On the other hand, what I did not mention last week when we took that amendment was there is a current Public Service Commission proceeding, and the issue there is who pays for that gas line extension. In a nutshell, the gas line extension as provided in the amendment, would have everybody would get the cost of that extension would be socialized. In other words, even if you don't get the benefit of that extension, you would be paying for it elsewhere in the service territory. So it would have upward rate pressure on the ratepayers in those jurisdictions, even though they're not getting any of the benefit of it. And so the debate in the PSC and in the proceeding is let's figure out who's best should be paying that cost of that extension. And so, like I said, with the forecast test years, the Public Service Commission is uniquely equipped with staff and expertise to do it. The same thing here. Let's let the proceeding finish out, and then we can always come back in the next session and make accommodation or discussion or legislative change based on the outcome of that proceeding. So that particular amendment that we took last week or a week and a half ago is not in this conference committee report. There was also some study language of a bill that we did pass over to the Senate, over to the House from Center for Motion City. It's a study. Studies are important. There's a lot of reports and studies already in this bill. That bill is over in the Environment and Transportation Committee. It could pass tonight, but that did not make its way into the final product. And then finally, the minority leader did have an amendment, a floor amendment that was adopted dealing with utility, utility. I have the amendment here, and I'm sure will want to talk about it. It has to do with metrics, a utilization study. I know that he's had some back and forth. The minority whip has had some conversations with the senator from District 9 on that very specific amendment that may not do everything that the senator thought that it did. That would be one other thing that's not in the final product. That said, that makes up maybe the 10% of the bill. Everything else from data centers to net metering to asymmetric rate making, where when there's where the ratepayers of our state will benefit from some reconciliations. The vast majority of the bill that passed this chamber, 38-4, is in this conference committee, but I do want to identify a few of the differences that were here on the floor and elsewhere in some of the compromise language. So with all that said, Mr. President, I would ask the body to adopt this conference committee report that's on the board. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The Senator's moves for the adoption of the conference committee report. On the report, any discussion? Yes, recognize the minority leader on the conference committee report.
On the conference report. Thank you, Mr. President. Would the floor leader yield for a few questions, please?
Senator, may proceed.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate you bringing up that the bill did pass third reader 38-4, but there were also a number of Republican amendments that were adopted that day. And as you had mentioned, all of them except one was taken off. So it is in a very different posture, certainly from our position on what the bill looks like now and what the conference committee did with respect to what the House decided.
Mr. Minority Leader, could I just add one thing? You made it, I think the suggestion was there was a total of 3 or so, and one from the senator from District 7 was accepted. It's in this, I should mention that amendment that we adopted is in this conference committee report. The 2 or 3, so this wasn't 10 amendments that were adopted. We're talking maybe 1 out of 3. One when it is still in here, and the other 2 I attempted to address in my opening discussion or description of what's in the conference committee report.
At the same time, a number of amendments were also offered that were not accepted that got a lot of bipartisan support as well too. So again, not saying that they should have been on, but the thought process in saying that it was 38-4 also came when they, at least this side of the room thought that there was a lot of participation. At least this side of the room thought that we were contributing to this piece of legislation, with some, have said outside of the budget is probably the most important piece of legislation we've dealt with this year, because everybody is affected by the energy costs that have risen. And again, as we would think, because of a lot of the policies that we created here in Annapolis. And sure, there are some things that are outside of our control, but at the end of the day, there are things that we could and should have fixed that we didn't in this legislation that have driven up the cost over a number of years. So, again, I'm not going to ask for the entire 210-page conference committee report to be gone over page by page, but I do think there are some important issues, and the first one really focuses on, again, one of the words of the day when we first got in here, and that was affordability. And the governor and the presiding officers and committee chairs had a press conference a little while ago talking about this bill. And whether he was being sarcastic or not, the governor's quote was, "This bill offers just a little bit of relief." Just a little bit of relief. I would agree entirely with what he said. It offers just a little bit of relief. But the reality is that we've heard through a number of press conferences, and that's what this bill has really gotten to be more than anything, is a bill about talking points. As a bill where leadership and the governor can come to the people of Maryland and said, hey, we did something for you. And what we've said all along is you might have done something, you've done the absolute bare minimum, and you really had, not you, and the body really had the opportunity to do something meaningful. And we said this last year. This energy prices is not something new. We talked about this last year and being able to do something. And last year we kicked the can down the road again, and we put the next gen legislation up there, and we had, the PSC put out an RFP, and we had one response to it. One response to the next gen. So we didn't do anything there. We didn't do anything to address costs. And now we're going to come back, and the governor's word, offer just a little bit of relief by saying to Marylanders out there, we're going to cut $12.50 a month off your utility bills. $12.50 a month is the number that the governor has provided. It's the number that equates to $150 a year. And I think the people of Marylanders want to know, what did we do? All of this 200 pages and this and that, and conference committees and hearings and mushing a whole bunch of bills together, and that's all we were able to do, is come up with a bill that saved Marylanders $150 a year? Is there any more, and this is an opportunity, is there anything more substantial than $150 a month, a year?
That's the question?
The question is there anything more substantial than $150 a year in savings?
Okay, let me just say, this is, we spent 3.5 hours, I think you asked this a week and a half ago, and we spent 3.5 hours. Yes, there's a lot more. And I said this at the beginning, this $150, $200 talking point is one small part of the bill dealing with some short-term relief that we have some control over. And yes, we've done that. But if you look elsewhere in the comprehensive bill, and again, broken record here from second reader, is when you look at things like the data center package. Now, that's something I did mention. The House didn't have almost anything on that. Let me just say, because that ultimately, the tariffs there are going to benefit the ratepayers of this state. We're playing the long game here. This is long term, medium term, and short term, and you want to just focus on empower surcharge and
before we
Mr.
get to
Minority
savings
Leader.
that may never be realized, I think what we should be talking to Marylanders are what are the savings they can realize. And that's the $150 a month that annually that we're hearing about. I keep saying $150 a month because I keep thinking it should be something substantial, but it's not. It's $12.50 a month. So yes, you can talk about the long game, and you can talk about the restrictions that we're going to put on data centers, but there's no savings on the restrictions we put on data centers if they don't come to Maryland. Okay, so I think, again, if we can just focus on what did this body do to accomplish that $12.50 a month savings.
Okay, can I Mr. President, to the minority leader, I have a lot of respect for that. First of all, I should not get away with the idea that data centers not coming to Maryland. I think Senator from District 9 said they're actually beating down our door under the right circumstances, very much want to come to this state, and those tariffs will provide absolutely substantial relief. But beyond that, you asked...
The senator.
The senator asked about other parts of the bill, and we went through this on second reader, Mr. Minority Leader. For example, $20 million of that the ratepayers have been on the hook for adders and FERC inducements for our utilities to join the RTOs. Okay, that's inexcusable. Okay, we're getting rid of that. What else is in the bill? The ability that our ratepayers of our state are on the hook for utilities rate basing it, assigning to our our ratepayers multi-million-dollar executive bonuses, and so we cap how much gets tossed to the ratepayers. Those are real dollars. We had an oversight hearing where we found that there is a loophole under federal law where the utilities are going and spending billions, going directly to FERC, getting extra rates of return without any scrutiny. And under this bill, they're going to be accountable, have to go through the normal Public Service Commission process. Those are real dollars, not under this bill being sent forward and passed on to Maryland ratepayers. And then I'm not even mentioning all that we're doing in this bill to create more in-state generation to address our supply-demand imbalance, and we do that with the net metering, the reverse auctions to get more in-state generation, because one of the other issues beyond data centers paying their own way, which by the way is in this bill, bringing their own generation, is the fact that we have a supply-demand imbalance that this bill, along with the Next Generation Act, are trying to address, and on and on and on. So, Mr. Minority Leader, I think, as was the case second reader, you're focusing, and as I said at the beginning, when you're talking about a 100 or 200 page bill, you pick the minority leader's picking out one very small component of the bill that we have some control over, the Empower surcharge, but ignoring all the other various components of the bill which have about accountability. We're not talking about all the things in the bill that help our low-income Marylanders in a major way. And I think this is a very comprehensive bill, ultimately benefiting the ratepayers of our state, far beyond the short-term issues addressed with a Empower surcharge. So that's I think the best I can offer the minority leader at this time.
With respect to a few of those things, you mentioned the RTO mandate. That would state, again, somebody with a 69 kV transmission line is no longer mandated to join the RTO, or PJM in this case, but they must do so on their own. Is that the one that you're talking about?
No, this is the utilities. That's the 16. That's a separate issue. I correct me. No, this has to do with our utilities joining the and in our case PJM, and that under FERC policy they have an inducement. They get a half a point extra on their rate of return for joining something that they're already joining. So then that's separate than what the minority leader is referencing with the transmission lines in 69. I don't think this is not limited to that. I think this is broader.
So was there a different savings from not requiring them to join the RTO?
No, that's all our utilities under this bill. They don't get that adder inducement because there's a case law, just to maybe get a little bit in the weeds. There was an Ohio case that said that if you under FERC policy, if you join it voluntarily, you get a half a point extra on your rate of return. But if you mandate it, under the court case out of Ohio, if you mandate it, then you don't get that half a point. So what we are doing in this bill is saying you're mandated to join it, and therefore you don't get that incentive, meaning a half a point rate of return that gets, again, passed on to Maryland ratepayers. They're already basically participating in our case, the PJM grid operator, and therefore that's among the many things in this bill that hold the utilities accountable and don't get to stick it to our ratepayers.
All right. So in a sense, you closed the loophole that was out there.
Along with the other loophole for overhead transmit. I think what you're referring to is under the current regime, overhead transmission line process to get approval is different than underground, and the underground prod transmission lines in that 60,000, well, they were able to go with these supplemental projects, go to FERC, get a rubber stamp at a higher rate of return than had they gone through the Public Service Commission process. We closed that loophole, and that is billions of extra capital expenditures that our ratepayers are on the hook for. We closed that federal loophole, and that's also among the many things in terms of accountability, closing loopholes, all with the intent of benefiting Maryland ratepayers.
That is obviously something very different where you talked about all the underground utility transmission projects that will have to be built here in Maryland to get energy from other states, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about,
well,
finding a better way, because we don't produce energy in our
Well-
state, but our surrounding states
Right.
use a lot of coal and natural gas to, generate energy, and then they ship them to the electrons to us through these very expensive transmission projects that Marylanders will be paying for, right?
Yeah, we agree on that, which is why we're trying to make more in-state generation means less transmission lines coming through your neighborhood, more expensive, all that. And that is in part solved if you produce more in-state generation, which right now, the quickest in-state generation we can produce is your battery storage, your solar. We also, from last year and this year, are doing something to incentivize more natural gas, nuclear, and the like. We make some changes to the process we started last year with respect to nuclear power. So it's not all about, but right now, the quickest way to get projects that are in the queue online is the solar and the battery storage, which is now challenged a bit because of the federal policies that are, the investment tax credits for those projects are going away and expiring. So that's another part of this bill. We're trying to get those projects built while they can still pencil out. And
They're
again,
challenged for a lot more reasons than what's happening at the federal level. They're challenged because they don't produce reliable energy. That's the reality. They don't produce enough energy to run a state on. And we're putting all of our chips down into solar and wind. With this piece of legislation, it's very clear that that's the direction that we're going, and we'll be able to talk about the reverse auction a little bit later. But that's what Maryland has decided. Again, through the policies being decided in this room and across the hallways, that's what's driving up energy crisis. That's what's driving up prices. That's what's driving up where we are right now. It's not necessarily what's going on in the global market. Sure, that might be able to have some effect on it, but the prices here are astronomical because of the policies being created in this room.
okay,
And
I have to challenge you, Mr. Minority Leader, on that point. This is not a Maryland specific. We are one of 13 states, and by the way, most of the states in the 13-state grid that we are one of are net importers. There are a few. You mentioned Pennsylvania. Most states are not producing the amount to fulfill all their needs, and so this is not again a Maryland. And then also back on what makes up an electric bill. The things we have some control at the state level is the distribution charges, but some of the other issues, commodity costs of gas because of wars and the like, but also the capacity market up at PJM, which we have no control over, and yet that is a huge driver of our energy bills. And so I think I said this repeatedly, we don't have unlimited amounts of tools in the toolbox. It's limited, and as far as the conversation, that has to be acknowledged. So we are doing what's within our control, outside of the PJM and outside of wars in Iran and all that kind of stuff. We don't have control over.
that would be one part of it, that we have less control of the generation side, but we have an awful lot of control of the regulated side. We have an awful lot of control of whether or not we're in RGGI. We have an awful lot of control on what Empower is doing. So all of those are surcharges to Maryland's energy bills. And that is one of the biggest problems, again, that we've talked about. We've talked about Empower for a good period of time here. And this bill, and again, what we just heard in the press conference is bragging about how much money we're saving on the changes made to Empower, right? And that's where we've had we're reducing the goals for the greenhouse gas emissions, and we're going to take $100 million from CEF, and we're going to put it in to pay down some of the debt. But I'm sure you remember, Mr. Chairman, 2 years ago, we had House Bill 864, which is the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Plans. And that was when we made the change that the Empower was going to focus more on greenhouse gas emissions, right? We essentially recognized what we had talked about for many years, that the efficiencies of changing out light bulbs and putting in different appliances, that's run its course. And so now we've said, because we've got this surcharge already in place, the opportunity was there, well, rather than get rid of it when the program doesn't work anymore, let's change the goals of the program. Let's change what we can look at so we can still keep grabbing that money. And if you remember the testimony on that bill that year in 2024, the utility companies said that the monthly residential surcharge with the passage of this bill, House Bill 864, The monthly residential surcharge is expected to more than triple by 2026, which is where we are now, to almost $29 per month for residential ratepayers. That was the big change. We were warned then. We had this conversation. You and I are probably standing in the exact same spots. Had this conversation. We talked about that piece of legislation. We got the letters from utility companies. If you change this program and make it more focused on greenhouse gas emissions, that Empower prices were going to skyrocket. We remember that, correct?
May I respond,
Sure,
Mr. Miller? Okay, well, two things. What you left out in that debate was it had to do with whether we're going to keep running up the credit card or pay off the debt, rip off the Band-Aid. And what that bill said was if you have the surcharge go up for 2 years, in the long run, you're actually going to save money. It's just like running up the credit card. I recall that you, I think, were advocating for keeping running up the credit card, and the Hogan Public Service Commission and others were arguing, let's pay. So that's a separate conversation. The reality is, fast forward to now, most of the Empower program currently, quite frankly, is still about energy efficiency. And I know the theory was that it was going to change, but if you look at the program right now, it's mostly weatherization, insulation, a large bulk of the program. And as I think I mentioned previously, if you look at from a cost-benefit analysis, I know the minority leader would like to get rid of Empower, but we have repeatedly studies that because of the energy efficiency side of the equation, the benefits of the Empower program far outweigh the surcharge costs because you're driving down demand, less electrons, and so it's been a broadly beneficial program that is, I think every study has corroborated that. But
this is a program that talks about utilizing greenhouse gas reduction as the new performance metric for this program, okay? So that's a policy decision. That's not more efficient houses. That's not insulation. That's not, again, light bulbs or appliances. That's a policy decision that we are saying to Marylanders, it's more important that our utility companies focus on greenhouse gas emissions than they do anything else, regardless of the cost. Because they said it's going to go up $29 a month. So it does go up $29 a month. And we come back here in January, it's gone up $29 a month. And now this body's going to come back and say, oh, by the way, we're going to save you $15. We're going to save you $12 a month. That's just one program that has forced people's utility bills to go up. And when you're talking about a number like $12.50 a month, it just goes to show that the prices of people's bills are up because of the policies being created here. Regardless of whether it's a credit card or not, we had legislation in to eliminate Empower. We had legislation in to pause Empower and say no more spending on Empower. Let's just pay off the debt and be done with it.
And as I said, every report in the last 3 or 4 years has come to the same conclusion. For every dollar in Empower surcharge, the ratepayers and Marylanders are benefiting $2.50. These are PSC reports from 23, 24, 25, and so I know the gentleman would like to get rid of it, but that is why we're taking down the goals, because I think the reality is our Marylanders want some short-term relief, but we are not eliminating it forever. And another thing about the elimination, we had testimony from to the effect that some 400 or 500 businesses would go out of business, that their entire business model is premised on Empower. So there's another component in terms of economics, lost jobs, businesses going out. If we were to do what the minority leader's suggesting or advocating for, which is getting rid of the Empower program entirely. But I understand the point of view. We're just going to have to respectfully disagree on that.
We'll move off of that. You had mentioned forecast test years, and that's again, somewhat of a policy decision that was made to require in this case, allow the Public Service Commission to look at multi-year rate making. And we've had this conversation many times before and thought, was this a better way of reducing the amount of rate cases coming before the PSC? And since you're putting in one rate case for 3 years instead of having to come back every year. When we talked about it, there was always always the thought that the PSC would be able to reconcile afterwards. There was always that. And whether or not that's up or down, and again, we thought, why reconcile if it's going to go up? But rate making is the responsibility of the Public Service Commission. And we've given them guidance on things. So in this case, we're now saying with the forecast test years that we're now going to make them study it. But didn't they study it first? I mean, you know, again, if I recall, it wasn't a piece of legislation that told them to do this. They decided based on information that they had received and what other states were doing to go forward with this. So now we're asking them to study this again?
Yeah, just a little history there. Since some of those proceedings, this is was the perspective of the House that this model has had, again, potentially some upward pressure on our ratepayers. 30 states use this model, 20 do not, but in no case, as I said earlier, did the legislature ban it, which is what the House bill did. I think that the Public Service Commission is the appropriate place to now assess this with new data that we've acquired over the last 2 years that was not in place in the timeline that you're referencing from a few years ago. And I'm comfortable with Chair Barve and the Public Service Commission making that assessment and coming back with some recommendations in due course, which is a far cry from where the House bill was, which was a ban.
Well, which is a ban. And again, I don't know that we've necessarily seen that this is going to result in savings yet. You know, again, because we were at a traditional rate making position for many years. So we didn't just leave that because we thought, hey, if we go to multi-year rate making, it's going to be more expensive. Well, we expected this to provide cost savings.
There's two things I did leave out. First of all, this is just a pause to let the PSC do their analysis for 1 year till April 1st of 2027. And at that point, forecast test years can come back. The other thing about multi-year rate making is on this front, we have in this bill a reconciliation piece of the legislation dealing with anything after the fact where there's a reconciliation that you referenced. It only will work if it benefits the ratepayers, and the ratepayers will get money back. That, again, is another part of this bill that benefits Maryland ratepayers. So since you mentioned the multi-year rate plans.
In stating that, have we found that the PSC has been reconciling bills, you know, after reconciling years afterwards and saying there's more money that ratepayers owe? Because that's again, going back to, we were at a traditional rate making position before. Right. We went to this new multi-year rate making, and now we're going to say, hey, put a moratorium on it. No more of this for a year. We're going to let the PSC study it. My question is, didn't they study this already in deciding to go from traditional rate making to this?
Okay, they have more data now. I would say there is in the entire nation, you have 30 states that use it, 25 or more, or 20 that do not. And so there's a split in the country. We're not an island. I'll remind the minority leader yet again. These are issues playing out all over the United States. And so with that split in the country, some cases it has been somewhat upticking in terms of the ratepayer impacts, and others not so much. We're going to let the PSC analyze it with more data now than they had a few years ago.
Okay. All right. So, you know, again, we're getting somewhere where we start to take a look at some of the policies and direction that we've made and go back on them and say, it might not have been the right policy, it might not have been the right direction, and let's see if we can make some changes to it. We talked about cost recovery of it's been mentioned a couple different ways on whether it's cost recovery for executives, cost recovery for officers, cost recovery for supervisors. Where did this conference committee report on this issue of not allowing utilities to recover certain costs in their rate making?
I'll answer that. One other thing, Mr. Minority Leader, I do mention, we put in the bill a whole, for the Public Service Commission to also take a look at how to improve Empower. And so there's two things. Number one, moving to a more efficient, rather than having 7 utilities with different Empower programs, moving to potentially a single administrator managing. And on top of that, the language in the piece of legislation, the conference committee report, will allow the Public Service Commission to do another study, basically analyze the Empower program and how it can improve. To the question that you just raised.
Real quick, just
yeah.
so you brought up Empower
Sure.
again, I just want to clarify. Does this conference committee report still have the transfer of the $100 million from the Strategic Energy Investment Fund to drive down the cost for Empower?
Yes.
Okay, so that's okay. Let's go to what we
As
were.
far as the issue of the I think that this is one where if ratepayers knew that that their money is being used to pay excessive salaries. Look, the bottom line, Mr. Minority Leader, is there is nothing in the bill that precludes a utility from paying any numbers of millions of dollars to its executives. That is not anything anywhere in this bill. The question of whether our ratepayers should bear the cost over and above a certain amount, in this case, we're tying it to 110% the chair of the Public Service Commission, that's a separate issue. So our ratepayers should not necessarily be on the hook for paying $10, $15 million salaries, and so this bill does cap it. Our ratepayers are on the hook for the first 250 or 270, and then the rest, the shareholders of Exelons and the like. So you may have a different view. Maybe you think that's
It was just mentioned.
The Minority Leader thinks.
It was just mentioned it was $10 to $15 million salaries. And then it was also said that it was only 110% of what the maximum salary the PSC was, which are two very different things. First of all, I'm not sure how that became the benchmark to say that it's only going to be 110% of what a PSC commissioner makes. But regardless of what that is, I want to get to the point on who does, because I know where the talking points are. The talking points are public utility companies' executive salaries are astronomical, and the poor ratepayers are picking up all the costs for it. Okay, I got it. It sounds good, works in the media. People say, I don't want to pay all that salary. But that's not what the bill's not going to make any dramatic effect by redistributing, having the executives redistribute their salary. But what it does potentially have a very negative effect on is that this goes after the compensation of supervisors. Is that right? Is that where we landed with this? Because it was executives first, because that's the great talking points. As it's been said many times before, somebody makes $14 million and you don't want ratepayers paying for it all. That sounds good. But what about the supervisors? Where did the bill land with respect to who cannot, where public utility companies cannot say that we've got people that are out there, that they're working hard, they happen to supervise a couple people, but we can only ask for a reimbursement of their rates if it's under 110% of Public Service Commission commissioners.
You say go after supervisor. Nobody's going after anybody. It's just a question of ratepayer impact. And these folks, whether they're called supervisor, executives, the definitions were almost very similar. There's a little semantics issue. We just don't want the ratepayers of our state being on the hook over and above a certain amount of compensation. That's the bottom line. That's the genesis of this. That's why these provisions are in here.
So as we were told, that these are potentially supervisors that are out in the field after an extreme weather event, that are working around the clock to get our poles and lines put back in place so we can get electricity. You say it's said it's not going after them, but it is sending a message there. It is sending a message that says that the General Assembly doesn't recognize the efforts that they're doing, and they don't think that they're reasonable to go and be reimbursed for.
Okay, I respectfully disagree, and I'll leave it there. That is not what the bill does. It's not going after anybody. Supervisors and those folks you described can get paid whatever they deserve to get paid. Just the ratepayers will be capped at how much they're picking up the tab.
Right. Okay. So again, they can still get paid, potentially. I mean, we don't know that the Public Service Commission then makes business type of decisions that say that, hey, supervisor on this line crew, you've already reached your 110% of whatever a Public Service Commission person works, and maybe we don't pay anymore. Maybe we don't send you out. I mean, why are we even? I mean, it's just so ridiculous that we are putting these types of restrictions on a business that is out there helping us. And I understand the talking points. I understand how this polls, and I understand if you go talk to people and you say, hey, do you think you should be paying for XYZ's $14 million salary? Everybody's going to say no. But when you ask the question on what the bill actually does, do you think that somebody that's out there in the rain and the cold, putting your lines back up after a storm, should be paid more than a public service commission sitting up at an office in Baltimore City? They might say yes.
Okay, so my old world as a Department of Justice trial lawyer, asked and answered. That's how I would respond.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We talked about net energy metering and community solar, and what the changes. Again, there was differences between the House and Senate, and where was it determined that ended up?
The House pretty much took most of the Senate version.
Yeah.
The House essentially was going to let the Public Service Commission come up with a way. Right now we have a cap coming up, a statutory cap of 3,000 megawatts, and the Public Service Commission issued a report saying, General Assembly, you better prepare for us coming against the cap and exceeding the cap. You need to start making plans for a successor program, and that's what, but the Public Service Commission was tasked under the House bill with doing all that. We put a pretty meaty substantive set of provisions in, and for the most part, this is the Senate product. And this is to increase community solar in the state. There was a cap on it before. There's also a cap per every service territories. Has the service territory requirement gone away? Or is each cap still related back to the service territories? Yeah, well, we made some specific provisions there having to do. Let me just go through, specifically. Yeah, the caps are still there. The service territory caps that you're referencing.
Okay, so
and then we also,
if solar's being built out, let's say in Delmarva Power Service Territory, a lot of land out there, community solar, love it out there. They still have a cap on how much community solar is going to be in that service
and
territory.
We had actually the Delmarva and the Potomac Edison issue. We really there was specific attention paid to the idea that there's smaller populations, and the idea of socializing some of the costs is tougher. So there's very specific parameters there, and I'm looking for the precise language. But it puts some limitations that you can't get past a certain point if beyond that you're not going to have any more solar in those particular service territories. So that particular point was made, and I think it's reflected and acknowledged in this bill. I think it's 150% of, I forget the metric that we're using there. But
right. Community solar is a subscriber-based program, right, where the developers are going out building solar projects and looking for subscribers or participants that would sign up and say, hey, I want a part of this, and I don't know if they get 1 or 2% off the utility bills or whatever the sales pitch is. They get something as a related, and when they get those people in, then the solar developers can go to the bank and say, we've got guaranteed off-takers of our projects, and therefore they get the financing that they need. But when we put that in place to begin with, there was a low and moderate income requirement. A community solar project had to have a certain LMI rate, and that was done, if I remember back, because we said, well, we're going to be putting all these community solar projects out in farms and open land where we can fit these projects in. And the people in high density areas, we want to make sure that they are able to participate in that. So there's always been an issue with how many or how much of this has to be reserved for LMI customers. Is that still in the bill? Was that changed at all?
Yeah, there were discussions about the fact that it's difficult to reach and market our LMI potential customers because there is a requirement, a certain percentage of community solar. At the end of the day, the conference committee report does not make major changes. There was back and forth on that subject. Different ideas were floated, but none of them ended up, quite frankly, in the conference committee report.
Okay, so that LMI requirement has not changed. Another issue that we talked about over and over again was again, the excessive rates that Marylanders are paying for electricity because of the green energy policies that we put in place has to do with the renewable portfolio standard and these very aggressive goals that are unreachable by the suppliers. And that's, again, stating that these goals are in place. Energy suppliers have to go out, retire RECs from eligible generating facilities. In doing so, over the last number of years, we started eliminating some of these eligible generating facilities. We took black liquor out a number of years ago. We took out waste to energy last year and doing that. So the number of eligible generating sources has shrank dramatically, and as a result, the suppliers are not able to find retired RECs. And when they can't find retired RECs, they pay the Alternative Compliance Payment, or ACP, and that money comes directly into the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. Did this piece of legislation do anything there to try to either reduce the RPS goals or to reduce the amount of money that's coming in through ACP payments? Because again, as it's been mentioned many times before, just during this conversation, anything that an electric company pays or a supplier pays gets passed on to the ratepayers. We just talked about that. So all of these policies that are in place that are saying you now need to go retire RECs and pay for them, obviously suppliers are pushing that cost back down to ratepayers, driving up the cost of energy. So was there anything done to say, hey, you know what? The Strategic Energy Investment Fund has become the piggy bank for the state of Maryland, and it's bringing about $700 million a year into it, and it's getting distributed everywhere. The governor's using it to balance the budget. We're using it to pay down Empower. We probably built a road or something with it. I don't know. But we're doing anything. We're doing a study with it, too, for some reason. Was there anything done to say, you know what? We're going to reduce that. That's real ratepayer money. We're talking about $12.50 before. But now we can do something to really, really impact what Marylanders are paying on their rates by reducing the ACP, reducing some of the RPS goals. Was anything in this bill done with respect to that?
Well, this was a conversation the minority leader and I had on second reader, because you offered an amendment, and we had, I think, a thorough discussion on this very topic. The best way to reduce the ACP amounts in the marketplace, because there's a market angle to it, is to produce more energy, and particularly in the case of solar power, more solar power, SREC prices would go down, and this is market economics, and this bill tries to produce take steps to produce hopefully a lot of more in-state generation, a lot of it's battery storage and solar. That should have the net benefit of bringing down, with the supply of solar going up, the REC market and ACP, because ultimately folks in the utilities are paying alternative compliance payments because it's cheaper to do that than go out and purchase very expensive SRECs, and partly because there's just not enough out there. And so this is a very complex issue, and so the bottom line is
it's cheaper to pay the ACP, right? Because they know legislators here are not going to stop that because they like the money coming into the CEF. So the suppliers are just paying the ACP, and they're not finding in-state generation here in Maryland.
Well, that's what this bill's designed in part to do. It's, as I said earlier, this is not just about short-term rate relief and Empower surcharge. It's about trying to produce more in-state energy to address the very point that you just made. And this bill takes several steps to do it, whether it's the net metering successor program, whether it's the reverse auction, whether it's...
But let's be clear.
Any number of things.
Sorry, Senators, really quick before
any number of things.
Excuse me, Senators. If we could, just want to make sure that we have our former Senator Jim Mathias, who's joined us here today. If we could. Excellent. Just as a quick reminder, the question before the body is on the conference committee report, which is an up or down vote. It's an up or down vote. So there's not much convincing happening. It's just an up or down vote. So recognize the minority leader.
I'm trying to get through this, Mr. President, but it is good to see Senator Mathias. He's been a part of many of these debates as well too, when energy policy was in the finance committee with the chair and I. So, but going back to, again, things that this body could have changed And that's, again, a number of things that we're talking about. What could we have done to drive down energy prices? And a reevaluation of the RPS was certainly there. But at the same time, as was just mentioned, suppliers are going out there and they're paying the ACP payments because it is easier. And frankly, because there is no in-state generation. And to say that this bill is trying to promote in-state generation, keep in mind, that's only wind and solar. And frankly, it's not wind anymore. We're not going to do any land-based wind anymore. We've seen where that's gone a number of different times. We had that debate about, land-based wind in the Lower Eastern Shore. Squashed that idea. We had it in mid-shore. Squashed that idea. I'm sure Montgomery County doesn't want land-based wind there either. So all that's really left is solar. All that's really left as far as we talking about generation, and it's a little. I don't think it's actually accurate to call battery generation. I mean, battery is storage. Batteries actually load. You have to load the batteries up before they actually work. So something has to generate electricity to load up a battery, so then the battery can be used at a certain time, right?
Will the minority leader yield for a second? Okay, the minority leader keeps talking about renewable. The reality is, last year, Next Generation Act, this year, with some adjustments in this bill, we are very seriously want to bring nuclear and natural gas to this state. So 40% of our power right now is nuclear power in this state from Calvert Cliffs. Last year's bill, in conjunction with the modifications of this bill, try to attract more. So the gentleman's point, the minority leader's point about renewable energy is not entirely accurate.
Well, we will collectively hold our breath to see new nuclear or actually even more substantial gas generation in state. I don't think the things that we're doing in the state of Maryland to entice generation is making us competitive when we have the states around us that are not part of RGGI and can produce electricity for 10, 20% less than we can, because simply of restrictions and requirements and regulations that we have on that. But in going back to the ACP, because it's important, because again, I think last year it brought in $380 million. So keep in mind, Maryland ratepayers spent $380 million more on their electric bills to pay for a policy created in this chamber. That's what they did. The policy that we did was so aggressive that they could not retire enough RECs, even though about 90% of the RECs being retired are out of state. So when you take out solar, because solar, in order to retire solar RECs, it has to be in state. When you take out solar, 90% of the RECs are being retired out of state. So when we passed the Clean Energy Jobs Act a number of years ago, we thought we were creating jobs as a result of this. And what did we see? Well, we are creating jobs. We are creating and subsidizing jobs in Indiana, Illinois, Ohio. That's where all the wind projects are. And that's where all of our RECs are being retired, if you look at it. So not only do we have a policy in place that's costing Marylanders about $700 million more money each year for their electric bill, $700 million. What we're talking about at $12.50 doesn't even scratch the surface of what $700 million, strictly in a policy call, strictly in this decision that we could change that policy. We don't have to worry about attracting generation. We don't have to worry about gas. We don't have to worry about whether the sun shines or the wind blows. We could make a policy decision and save Marylanders $700 million a year, and we decided not to do that.
Okay, asked and answered.
Asked and answered again. So what are we doing with the money now? So this will be the new question, because now, again, we can't get enough of it. The state of Maryland can't get enough of it. They're going to leave the policies in place so that all this ACP money comes in, and now the idea is let's take it and we're going to create generation with it, right? We're going to reverse auction it. Now, again, I think we might have talked a little bit about it. I thought it was
we talked about it a lot in second reader.
Yeah.
Second reader,
What
yes.
actually is a reverse auction project? A solar developer comes in and sees that Maryland has this pot of money and says, I would like some of it. And I've got a shovel-ready project, and I will bid a certain capacity and say, I've got a certain amount of solar project that's ready if you give me more money?
You must have read the bill or the conference committee report. It's called a reverse auction because it's the lowest bidder.
Right.
If you can prove that you've got the financial wherewithal and you've got deliverables and a whole bunch of other criteria, and it's leveraging this alternative compliance payment money to produce benefits for our state with much more in-state generation of solar, battery storage, and the like. And again, I think we did go over this extensively on second reader.
So the biggest pot of money that this legislation deals with is being taken from the citizens of Maryland through higher rates and given back to developers for solar projects.
Okay, I'll reiterate. I think we went through this dialogue several times on second and third reader. That's not how most people look at it. It's an attempt to leverage an existing amount of money to produce much greater benefits than having that money sitting there, leveraging it for more in-state
But
generation.
strictly solar, though. When you said it was just mentioned generation.
And energy, battery storage as well.
Batteries.
Tier 1 renewable energy. That's correct.
Tier 1, which is wind and solar. I did want to mention data centers because, again, it's been talked about, and I heard the press conference as well on how data centers are the bad industry that is causing all of this problem, not just here in, well, I don't know if it's causing the problem here in Maryland because we don't really have many data centers here. We're certainly not the big companies. And again, it's mentioned, I mean, we all know that one big large load user is looking at Calvert Cliffs, Constellation's project, because that's a very, very unique deal that they might be able to get down there. And we do see a data center that is being built may be built, who knows where it goes after this legislation's passed, may be built in Frederick. But at the end of the day, in the committee's mind, was this supposed to be an incentive to bring data centers to the state of Maryland, or is it clearly just putting up the circle with the red line and say, we absolutely did not want data centers in the state of Maryland, because if you do come to Maryland, we're going to charge you a whole lot more money, regardless of bring your own power, but we're going to put a tariff on you that will be so expensive that you're probably not going to want to be here anyway.
Okay, again, I think there's a line of question on second reader. Mr. President, could I yield to the senator from District 9 for a brief response?
We're going to yield. The questions are, is it in the report or not in the report? It's basically yes or no answers. We're about to get the majority leader to work on a motion. So please, Senator may proceed.
I would say that yes, there are incentives in the report.
The incentives in the report, in the 210-page report that we just put on our desk when we walked in here, the incentives are essentially two different tiers of what a data center development project could look like. And it's based on bringing your own clean energy to the project. And if that clean energy is being brought to the project, and again, I'm not sure, the Senate President mentioned yes or no if it's in here or not. I'm not sure because the bills were very different in the Senate and the House. And so I'm just not sure what we ended up with in this 210-page conference committee report. I know what we talked about, but I'm not sure if that's how it ended up, that there is this massive incentive to bring data centers to the state of Maryland. If they bring their own energy and it's clean, then we'll give them tier status and they get permits in 12 years. Is that still the incentive for businesses like data centers to come to Maryland?
The large load customer starts on page 102 of the conference committee report, and I would say it is almost identical to what passed out of the Senate.
So with respect to large load users and what we talked about, so I'm looking at another report real quick. So again, the conversation, and again, Mr. President, forgive me because I was upstairs and heard the press conference, and I hear a lot of things that are up there. And again, I know that's a kind of a narrowing down of what this massive bill is, but it's the talking points, and we hear certain things, and that's what's being said to all the people that are watching the news every night and saying, hey, here's what the state of Maryland's been working on with respect to energy policy. And there's a lot of things that are being said. So they're talking about this bill. So I'm just trying to say, are the things that that are being said up there with respect to data centers accurate? Because, again, it was talking about paying your own way. So for instance, if you're a data center, you're coming into the state of Maryland, this bill will now have a requirement that don't even look here unless you can bring your own energy. Or could they still come off the grid just like other states are doing and be able to build a data center that way? Does it
Yes.
require you to bring your own
It
electricity?
does not require you to bring your own generation, no.
Okay. Okay, so it doesn't require that you have to bring your own own power. You could still do what some may say traditional data center developers have done and go to a location, go to a project, bring a substation on property, bring the high voltage lines in, knock it down, and use it.
Exactly.
Okay, so the incentive then is if a data center developer would be willing to say, we will bring our own power, we will generate that, probably through gas, maybe clean energy sources. I don't know many data centers running off of strictly solar and batteries, but what was the intention that a data center would do in order to meet that gold and platinum tier levels?
Those are the gold or the platinum standards, and how you reach 80 to 100% clean capacity is outlined on page 103 under D, incremental resources.
And so a developer would have to bring a clean energy source, such as, I'm trying to see if that's,
They can use a combination of behind the meter energy storage, newly interconnected energy storage, or purchasing non-emitting resources within the locational delivery area.
they could purchase non-emitting resources.
Such as new clean energy generation assets, new virtual power plant aggregations, or a demand response program.
So I guess that was the question that got brought up. Is in this case, is nuclear considered clean energy sources?
I would believe so.
Yeah, I think so. So again, if you can get yourself situated close to a nuclear power plant, and essentially, as many have talked about co-locating onto that site, you can say, I brought my own energy because I'm tied into the nuclear power plant, and then be able to get the benefits of the tiered incentives.
It would have to be new clean energy.
So would new be that Calvert Cliffs, what are they, about 1.8 gigawatts? If they make some upgrades and they can get another 500 kilowatts out of that, is that considered new?
Upgrades are not considered new.
Upgrades are what? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
According to council, upgrades are not considered new.
I didn't think so. Okay. Thank you for your responses. Mr. President, I guess we're just going to be voting on this 102-page committee report that has a number of changes from both the what the Senate pushed out and what the House made changes to. Again, going back to the press conference today, the governor talked about energy relief. I think what the unfortunate situation is what we really needed was energy policy reform, not relief. We needed reform. We had the opportunity over 90 days to really do something different because we missed the boat last year. We didn't do enough last year. And people are going to come back and their rates, I can guarantee, will be no lower when we get back here next January than they are now. They'll be higher. There's no chance. Now again, President Trump will still be in office, so the governor will still be able to blame President Trump for it. And whatever he's doing with tariffs, and governor doesn't like tariffs either, and whatever's going on with the incentives and all that stuff, that'll all be brought up. That'll be the reason next year when we come back on why energy prices are higher, because they will be. Without question, they will be higher next year when we get back here. But we had an opportunity to do something this year, and we didn't. We didn't. To go out and say to Maryland ratepayers, we saved you $12.50 a month is embarrassing. It is saying basically we didn't do anything. And now we're coming up with new numbers. I think the governor mentioned $400 a year. I don't know where that number came from. I think it's if you are an individual that needs ratepayer assistance, because Maryland spends more money on ratepayer assistance than any state in the country. More money on ratepayer assistance than any state in the country. Do you know why? Because we have policies in Maryland that are driving up energy costs. And so to feel better about ourselves, we put more money into ratepayer assistance. I mean, it's there. It's that cycle. You can see it. It happens all the time. Every year when we come in and talk about energy policy that we know are going to raise rates, we put more money into ratepayer assistance. And this bill does that as well, too. It moves it from 2 different sources, 3 different sources, puts it in one source. And whereas there's more money for ratepayer assistance in this bill as well, too. So again, if you're somebody that is struggling to pay your electric bill, and you need ratepayer assistance, or you've been on ratepayer assistance, then maybe you will see $400 a year in savings. So with that, Mr. President, I know we have a long day today. Didn't get a chance to read all this. I probably have a few more questions, but with that, I will yield and just say that I will not be voting for the conference committee report.
That was not the outcome I thought. That was not the outcome I thought. Recognize the senator from District 2 on the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quick question for the floor leader.
Senator may proceed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate you alluding to the amendment that was offered previously on the previous version, and I think your explanation where there was the Public Service Commission has already taken that up and taken a look at it, and you felt that they would probably be the best to look at that. I guess the 2 questions here are one, the Public Service Commission. Just a reminder. How are those folks determined? Are they elected by individuals? Are they appointed, or how do we get those folks?
The gentleman doesn't know the answer to that.
I don't. I'm sorry. I don't know the committee. I'm not familiar with your energy policy. I
yes, the
apologize.
Public Service Commission are nominated by the governor. I think subject, in each case, to the advising consent of our state senate.
Okay. So by doing this, we're deferring basically our authority to them to make that decision here.
Well, they have a lot of responsibility in our state as the regulator when it comes to a lot of the issues that we're discussing here, and they've got expertise, and we've bestowed upon them a lot of difficult issues, and this one's a tough one. As I mentioned earlier, there are folks in the district that you represent. The question of who pays, is it folks that are going to benefit from that natural gas extension, or everybody in the service territory picking up the tab on their rates for extensions that don't benefit them? That's a tough call. It's an important issue, and I think Public Service Commission's best equipped to make that call.
Thank you. And just one final question, I guess, with the line extension, or line allocation extension. With electric, we still subsidize that across the system with electric. Is that correct? Have we changed that at all? Is that still the same process?
I believe that may be the case.
Okay. No, I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, on the report here,
report.
I appreciate the information here from the floor leader, and I guess I would just continue to go back to the point that he had said earlier, is who is the best to pay for this? Well, someone ultimately has to pay for it. And we talk a lot about affordability. I talked about that earlier when we brought the amendment up. And what will happen here now is we've just increased home prices. Is exactly what we've done. We talk about affordability and affordable housing here in the state, and we talk about increasing housing. This increases housing. The example that I gave the other day would automatically increase each home by over $10,000. And so, I find it very interesting that we would take this away from our gas partners, when at the same time we say that gas needs to be a part of the conversation, yet we won't allow them to have the same courtesies that we have with electric. So, I'm sorry to see that amendment was taken away. Again, we share a lot of the same sentiments that the minority leader already extended, but I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if I might ask just a couple of questions of the floor leader.
Some very brief answers will be, yes.
Yes, sir.
Brief questions and brief answers. So my understanding is that in the state of Maryland, currently we are generating approximately 11,000 megawatts of electricity a year. You agree with that?
I think that sounds about right.
Okay. If this bill passes, does the floor leader have any reason to believe that at this time next year we will be generating more than approximately 11,000 megawatts of electricity?
I would say that between the Next Generation Act, which, by the way, even right off the bat from last year's bill, there's a huge project coming to Harford County on natural gas that's in the fast track process that was established
And
last year.
I gather it's a couple hundred megawatts?
I don't know the number. I think it's 800 megawatts or something like that from Constellation. And I think between last year and what we're doing here, I think that there will be, that is what the intent is. I can't guarantee anything, but that is why we have this bill. Doing nothing is not a great option, and that's why last year's bill in conjunction with this bill is an attempt to do just what you're describing.
Well, that's why I'm asking if this bill is passed. Is there any reason to believe that this bill will result in more electricity being generated by this time next year?
Yes.
And in what way?
Well, because most of the projects, particularly on this reverse auction, are projects that are ready to roll in the PJM queue. They're coming out of the queue. And this, I think, attempt to leverage the ACPs to entice those very folks, whether it's battery storage, solar, and the net metering projects dealing with community solar. Again, the projects from last year dealing with natural gas, which is resulting in a concrete project on the fast track. Within 295 days, that process has to unfold. So I'm reasonably confident that there will be more generation of energy as a result of this bill in conjunction with the bill from last year.
And just a few more questions. As the senator, I'm sure, is aware, the PJM is predicting that by next year we are going to be experiencing rolling blackouts here in Maryland. We almost experienced a blackout a couple of weeks ago during that very, very cold snap. Warnings went out that by the end of the week, it's possible that the state of Maryland would experience blackouts. Is the floor leader confident that if this bill is passed, the state of Maryland will not experience rolling blackouts in 2027 or 2028?
I'm well aware of the PJM reports on this. We are at risk of, if we don't start building some more in-state generation, we are at risk in the next few years because demand for energy is increasing. The generation is not keeping pace, and that's the design and the reason why we passed last year's bill, very ambitious bill, and why we're trying to do the same this year. That's within our control to pass bills to do things policy-wise to address concerns and issues facing our state over the 2027 and beyond. Same thing with the data centers, which are driving up demand in our state for energy. This is a package. It's comprehensive. It's not about one small 6-month relief. This is playing the short, medium, and longer term. So I think that's why you should be voting yes on this bill.
So I'm trying to parse the answer you just gave. Let me ask the question one more time. Is the floor leader convinced that if this bill passes, the state of Maryland will not experience rolling blackouts in 2027 or 2028?
Okay, well I can't. That asked and answered. I mean, I can't predict anything. The PJM, the states of 13, multiple states are in the same boat in terms of not producing enough in-state generation. We're in the same boat as multiple states, and we're doing the best we can to address the problem. That's the best answer I can give you.
Okay, and you, the floor leader believes this bill is the best we can do, correct?
Asked and answered, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right. Recognized senator from the 37th, followed by the senator from the 5th.
I know we had a lot of questions. I just want to clarify one point. It's been in press releases and talked about quite a bit, but for the floor leader, how do we calculate? It's been said over and over that ratepayers will save $150 a year. Can you explain where that comes from?
Data from, it's the utilities that oversee the Empower program. They gave us data, the Public Service Commission data. So these are numbers not from the General Assembly. These are numbers as a result of information provided to us by the utilities and by the Public Service Commission.
And so, I mean,
that if we reduce the goals by X amount, this is generally, and it depends on service territory. It's not equal. If you're in BG, it's going to be slightly different than PEPCO, et cetera, and that kind of thing.
So, but the fact of the matter is, so this is a common thing, is when do I get my $150 check? Ratepayers aren't going to get $150 back.
Again, this came up, I think, in second reader. I think the information that I had at that time, I'll repeat, I think within 6 months, you'll start to see a reduction in the surcharge, and that's the information that the committee has, and that's what I'm in a position to provide you with.
So probably, I just, I'm trying to verify kind of what's being said. That's one of the problems with this whole discussion is we're told so much, and things don't come to fruition. And $150, it's not enough, right? But $150 is $150. And so when the news report comes out, Governor Moore celebrating this deal where it's going to save $150, I don't think you can put your money behind that. There's no guarantee that anybody's getting anything out of this, is there?
Well, this is a result of the surcharge, and there's $100 million going to pay off expenses on the Empower programs, and then the reduction of the goals. So with those two things, it's pretty darn certain that you're going to see the surcharge for the next 3 years and beyond be less than what it is today.
But my constituents have been shoveling out, increase after increase. There's no guarantee they're going to see any change next month, the following month. There's no guarantee that there is any rate savings.
Again, I'll revert back to asked and answered. I can't give you more information other than the goals are being reduced, $100 million paying down expenses of Empower. Those are going to result in a lower surcharge for your constituents and your ratepayers.
I just think it would be better to talk about this in the terms you could generate up to $150 in savings rather than the affirmative statement that we had this conference report and everybody's going to save $150. That to me is, it's much more upfront. I just wanted to verify that. So thank you for answering my question.
Asked and answered, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, any further discussion? Recognized Senator from District 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the floor leader could arise for a question on the
Yes,
conference
sir.
report.
How's that motion looking, Mr. President?
The motion's coming. It's being printed as we speak.
So, Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned at the beginning about data centers bringing their own power, and how in the conference do they bring their own power? I had a bill that kind of talked about that. We never got to there.
Sure.
So did something work out in that conference?
Well, I'm going to yield again to our data center expert within EEE, the senator from the 9th District.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Recognized Senator from the 9th.
I would just say that the incentives for bringing your own clean capacity are found on page 103. There is nothing in here about not grid connected generation.
Okay, I think that may have answered my question, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, on the conference committee report, recognized Senator from District 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. You'll be glad to know I just have one question for the floor leader
Senator, may
on the
proceed.
report. That's right, one question, 7 points. To my friend, the floor leader.
Yes, sir.
So just one issue that I have not heard talked about, and we did discuss it some, I think, maybe during the debate on the bill, but we're dealing with the choice, energy choice. A lot of frustration for our constituents that was taken away. I know there's an argument that says, well, the choice didn't actually end up saving you money. I think it depends on the situation, honestly, based on what I've read and seen. But it also just took choice away. So people don't like their choice taken away, even if somehow people in Annapolis think it's better for them. So I understand there's some language in the bill about choice, about energy choice, or there's some language that pertains to that, or did that get struck out in the conference report? How did that get dealt with?
No, the House had language that would open up the possibility with very specific guardrails. I'm going to look for the language in particular here and give you the exact. The issue there is some of the bigger third-party retail suppliers wanted bells and whistles and a lot of things that just were not going to guarantee they come back in the marketplace, and that didn't make it in the bill. But there were some of the retail suppliers, smaller ones, that were willing to come back with the provisions that we did put in the bill. And I'm looking, I mean, basically now you'll be able to enter into an agreement up to 3 years. But you've got to be tightly tied to what the current SOS rate is. And I'm just, again, because of the variety of questions here, I want to just make sure that I've got the specific language. If you indulge me, Mr. Minority Whip. I mean, I think in a nutshell, I'm sorry? Yeah. You can have a contract of 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and in some cases variable. But the bottom line is it does open up in a limited extent, tightly tied to SOS rates when you enter into the agreement. And again, there's provisions in there that will free up. That was not in the Senate bill, it was in the House bill. And so we agreed that we should open up the door to some extent here on the retail supply marketplace.
So the provisions that are in the bill now would allow for at least some suppliers to come back?
Yeah, so the language at least was indicated that at least some retail suppliers were comfortable with the language that's in the conference committee report, that it's tied to, depends on the duration of the contract, whether it's got to equal SOS rates or it's 105% of SOS rates or 110, but you can't go out past 36 months. But it was enough for those certain retail suppliers to say, with that language, we will come back in. But we weren't prepared as a committee or as a General Assembly to open up and have provisions that would have made it guarantee almost that our ratepayers would end up paying more if than SOS by opening it up in a way. SB1 from the Pro Tem came a few years ago, put some guardrails to prevent that from happening. So this is a modest opening up of markets.
Because the 36 months then allows you to lock in a rate, but then that rate can end up higher. Is that the argument?
Right. So like right now, energy rates are probably over the next 2-3 years are likely, maybe because of the war or whatever, to go up. So you can lock in year one, and that would have been a good decision. So this does free up the opportunity to do something that is not currently available. Okay, and then I said just last question. Can you just walk, in this bill, not what we did last year, but in this bill, what does this bill do to increase in-state energy generation now? And when I mean now, I don't mean tomorrow, but how does this bill, as amended out of the report, increase energy generation? Respectfully, Mr. President, I feel that the minority leader asked me that in several different ways, 5 different times, so I'm going to rely on the asked and answered response, Mr. President. So I take that to mean it doesn't really do a whole lot then? No, I would not interpret it that way at all. Okay, well, it's interesting to me, especially with striking out the, okay. Mr. President, we'll leave it at that. I'm going to just like to talk about why I'm going to have to unfortunately be switching my vote. Many of us on this side, because of some of the amendment work and the hope that the pressure all of our constituents are feeling would make the body and the conference committees want to work to find greater savings than this projected $12 a month. It's been astonishing to me to watch that there's not really a lot of new relief in this bill. Even though I did vote for it coming out of here. At the time, it did not have much relief, but I thought at least we're sort of trying to make progress. And the frustration to me is I feel like if maybe different priorities were in place, we would be looking at really slowing down, kicking further out some of the goals our state has on climate and energy and greenhouse gases. Some of the very, very far-reaching and, quite frankly, unrealistic, and I would even argue somewhat unscientific goals that we have. And this would not be unusual for a very sort of blue, progressive state to do. I've got an article here from the New York Times that just came out it's today.
Excuse me, Senator, before, as you can see, recognize the majority leader.
Mr. President.
Yes, the pages will collect, the Senator has a motion. Pages will collect the motion to be delivered to members.
Okay, pursuant to the provisions of Senate Rule 77B, debate on House Bill 1532 shall be limited to 14 minutes in the aggregate for consideration of second reading and third reading and final passage, and on all subsequent questions, amendments, and motions, so related to such motions, readings, and other actions. The President shall allocate the 14 minutes aggregate time among those senators desiring to speak thereon, provided that not more than 7 minutes shall be allocated for the proponents, and not more than 7 minutes shall be allocated for the opponents of such bill.
All right, this is a non-debatable motion. Madam Secretary, please ring the bells. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not,
It's like when your kid's
the
acting up and
clerk
it's spanking, I guess. I don't know.
will take the call.
Mr. President.
Yes,
a
with
point of
32 votes in
order.
the affirmative, the motion passes. There are 7 minutes on the affirmative and 7 minutes on the negative. This is, yes,
I have
Senator?
a question of point of order. So in
So
this
this-
time that we're doing the debate,
It is
does
on
that-
all provision of the bill.
Does that include explaining your vote on third
does.
reader? Is that
It does.
included in that? So we've got to get it in this next 14
In fact, the
minutes.
time is being used as we speak right now.
The time's being, okay, thank you for
Mr.
that.
President, I'll just finish my comments relatively quickly here. The New York Times has a great article came out over the weekend that talks about New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, all looking at doing exactly what we should be doing. Slowing down some of these programs that add cost to ratepayers' bills in the short term, not giving up on their dream of ending climate change, but slowing down to make it more affordable for customers. And it's, when you have a supermajority, you can end debate on things that are unpleasant for you to hear, but the fact is this body should have gone much further, both bodies in this General Assembly, at relieving people's burdens now. You're going to walk out of this session today, when we conclude at midnight, you will walk out of here having provided, when the number one issue people were concerned about coming in here was their cost of living, energy cost particularly. You'll walk out of here having done nothing to reduce the tax burdens that we've raised in the last 3 years, nothing to cut back fees, a dramatic increase of fees across every sector of the state government and state economy, and you'll walk out of here having delivered $12.50 a month energy relief to people who are paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars on their energy bills, when you could very easily have made a few choices to slow down some programs, and you could have cut the real cost of living. So, Mr. President, my vote will be no, and I hope we can do better in the future.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 35th. There is 5 minutes and 8 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, in the interim leading up to this session, as I listened to my constituents, what I heard from them the most was their challenges with affordability and about their energy prices. So, as we started debate on this bill, as it came together, it's been called a Frankenstein bill, a lot of different parts there, a lot of bills coming together. I had 2 questions that was kind of the threshold for whether I could vote for this final product. The first question I asked myself, I said, will this help the ratepayers, my constituents at home that are struggling, my constituents they're really, a lot of them are having hard times. They got the rent, they got these high energy bills, hard times for our people. And after listening to the debate and hearing this 150 number going back and forth, I had to say, unfortunately, the answer to my first question was no. The second thing is, we always hear about 60% of or 40% of our electricity is produced out of state. We only do 60%, and we have to have 40% brought in. So would this bill do anything to really increase our base load generation in the state? We had different amendments that were offered that would have really helped with that. And unfortunately, just like last year, where we only had with the one, everybody keeps saying, oh, it's in Harford County, which is well and good, but it's still, quite frankly, just not enough. We need good baseload generation. And honestly, pretty much everybody agrees on the nuclear stuff that we talked about last year, but the bridge to get there with baseload is natural gas, and we fell woefully short on that. So there was another opportunity for me to potentially vote for this bill, and that was in an amendment that we had. I believe it was offered by the minority leader that would have adjusted the renewable portfolio standard. And a colleague from the capital city read during that debate on the numbers from the fiscal note, the real numbers, the real savings our constituents would have seen by adding that amendment on, and by just a vote or two or three, is very close. We failed that too. That amendment in itself, I think, could have gotten us to a place where you would have probably had a unanimous vote on this going forward. We could all have gone home to our constituents and said, yes, we made the decisions we need to make to help with your rates and help you with your struggling on your finances because of your energy bills. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I unfortunately will not be able to vote for this legislation.
Thank you, Senator. All right, question remains on the Conference Committee report. Recognizing Senator from District 4. There are 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining.
Well, that's pretty presumptive, Mr. President. I might be for this bill. Don't I get 7 minutes if I am? Gosh, that's very hurtful.
Time is still running.
So if the senator from Howard County could answer a quick question real quick, because I just really do have one question. And I understand it that we have, we're creating incentives to bring power in for these, for the data centers, which affect my district. I don't know if she's listening to me. Probably not. But aren't they strictly prohibited? So I'm at this point, I'm speaking in support of the bill. Because the incentives, so the data centers is obviously something that's affecting my district, and I just wanted to ask you, I know we're talking about that this bill now, this legislation creates incentives for such data centers. But is it true, because this is what I'm hearing, and again, it's a lot to read, but that we have strict prohibitions against having them bring in their own power. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. So they're allowed to bring in their own power?
Yes.
And okay, I mean, if that's what you're saying, so any new energy must be attached to transmission lines, though, correct?
So there is nothing in this particular bill that talks about off-grid generation.
Off-grid.
There were things in the Next Generation Act from last year, but there's nothing that changes that in this bill.
Okay, so they can create their own energy for these data centers currently under this bill as written. This is an important issue. So I just want to be clear today on the floor. What I'm being told is that there's nothing.
Senator's time has expired. Senator's time has expired. All right, the question is on the Conference Committee report. On the report, let's go ahead and do a roll call on the report. Green vote is to adopt the report. A red vote is to reject it. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 33 votes in the affirmative, the Conference Committee report is adopted. Question before the Senate now is House Bill 1532 is on third reading for final passage. We can ring the bells, but we're going to be taking a lot of votes, so folks, be on the floor or don't vote. All right, third reading, final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? If not, any proponents wish to explain their vote? If not...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator.
President, Mr. President.
Senator is... the time has expired and the Senator has voted in the no. There's no time left.
Okay.
All right. The clerk will take the call. With 35 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1532, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, we've got a report on the Committee on Rules. Clerk will read the bills.
Rules Report Number 9, the
Further
following
removed
bills.
so we consider the reading of the bills. They will be referred to the Rules Committee. Let's go to Senate Bill 389. 389. This is out of B&T Finance, potentially? Out of Finance?
Senate Bill 389, President Land Use Transit-Oriented Alterations, Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act.
All right, recognizing the chair or the vice chair of the committee on the motion to not concur.
I have a pile of concurrences. Senate Bill 389 is an administration bill that makes several changes to state law related to transit-oriented development. The House amendments reinstate a scoring preferences for the use of a project labor agreement that was struck by the Senate in both the House and the Senate versions. Move not to concur.
Chair moves to not concur with the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate does not concur. Clerk will read the message.
By the majority lead, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the
So we
Senate.
consider the reading of the message. It will be adopted. Let's go to Senate Bill 141. 141. This is out of Triple E. Another not concur.
Senate Bill 141, Senator Hester, election law, election misinformation, and deepfakes.
It's out of Education, Energy, and the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill makes various, I'm sorry, my apologies. It's 141, right here. Hold on a second. Okay, in general, the bill prohibits the knowing or reckless creation, use, or dissemination of deepfakes to produce false information related to elections. The House amendments make various changes to the enforcement provision of the bill. Triple E will not concur in the House amendments.
All right, the chair moves to not concur.
Will not concur.
Any objections to the committee's motion? Without objection, the motion carries. The clerk will read the message.
By the majority leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refuses to concur in the House amendments and respectfully request the House recede from its position should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses. The Senate appoints Senator Hester chair, Senator Watson, Senator Gallion. Said bills returned to airwith by order Nicole Alexander.
Message having been read is adopted. We will go to the next one is Senate Bill 274 out of Judicial Proceedings.
Senate Bill 274, Senator Sidnor, Fair Housing and Housing Discrimination, Regulations, and Discriminatory Effect.
Recognize the bill sponsor on the committee's motion.
We're not concurring.
All right. Any objections to the non-concurrence on the House amendments? Without objection, the Senate does not concur on the House amendments. Clerk will read the message.
By the majority leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refused to concur in the House amendments and respectfully request the House recede. Should the House prefer a conference committee to
So we consider the
concur?
reading of the message is ordered adopted. We've got another one, 904. These are all not concurs, 904. So House amendments in the motion.
Senate Bill 904, Senator Zucker, Education, Public Schools, Professional Development.
Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. In general, bill requires Maryland State Department of Education to design and develop a new system of in-person professional development in public schools for paraeducators and other education support professionals that is paid and occurs during weekday school hours. The House amendments add back in requirements related to service contracts. Triple E will not concur in the House amendments.
All right, the committee moves to not concur on the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the motion carries. Clerk, read the message.
By the majority leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refused to concur in the House amendments and respectfully request the House recede. Said bill is returned by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
All right, message having been read is adopted. We have some House bills that have some messages. We're going to start with House Bill 339. 339. Clerk will read the bill and the first message.
House Bill 339, Delegate Simmons, Anne Arundel County Board of License Commissioners, Chief Inspector.
First message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in
So
the
we
Senate
consider the
amendments.
reading of the message. We will, message is ordered journalized. Clerk will read the second message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not receive the Senate amendments. The Senate respectfully requests the House recede and concur said bills returned by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
All right, bill, message having been read is adopted. We have two more messages from another bill here. This is House Bill 14. Clerk will read the first, will read the bill and the first message.
House Bill 14, Delegate Foley, County Board of Education, Bullying, Harassment, Intimidation. By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully requests the Senate recede. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee
So
to
we consider the
concur?
reading of the message, and it is ordered journalized. Clerk will read the second message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not recede in the Senate amendments and agrees to a conference committee. The House
So
is
we consider the
appointed.
reading of the message. It is adopted. Let's go to now House Bill 892. Clerk will read the first message.
House Bill 892, Delegate Hill, Business Regulations, Cemeteries, Action for Sale, Transfer, or Alternate Use. Senate will not recede. Agreed to a conference committee. The House of Delegates refused to concur in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the Senate recede from its position. Said bill is returned to herewith by order Sylvia Seigert, Chief Clerk.
The message having been read is journalized. Clerk will read the Senate's message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not recede in the Senate amendments and respectfully request the House reconsider and concur. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes, the Senate appoints Senator Jackson, Chair, Senator Beidle, Senator Reedy. Said bill is returned by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
Message having been read is adopted. All right, we are going to take up a special order calendar that needs an amendment. This is a third reader that needs an amendment. This is Special Order 108. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 547, Delegate Farr, Income Tax Subtraction Modification, Enhanced Agriculture Management. Bill is on third reading for final passage.
All right, bill is on third reading for final passage. Pages will collect and distribute the Senator's amendment. Senator may explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've passed this amendment previously, except this time it has a means test for the tax exemption. Move the amendment.
All right, the Senator moves the amendment. Check the chair of the committee.
We'll accept this friendly.
All right, any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. House Bill 547 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 547, having received the constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, somehow I missed this. We have messages here, 2 and 3. How do we have 2 and 3 here? Okay, well, this is going to be Senate Bill 233. Senate Bill 233. Clerk will read the bill and the second message.
Senate Bill 233, Senator Salling, Business Regulations, Cemeteries, Requirements for Sale. By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates does not recede in the House amendments and respectfully requests the Senate.
So we consider the reading of the message. It will be ordered journalized. Clerk will read the next message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate still does not concur in the House amendments and agrees to a conference committee. The House has appointed Delegate Rogers, Delegate Charkoudian, Delegate Adams. The Senate appoints Senator Jackson, Senator Beidle, Senator Reedy. Said bill is returned by order Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
Message having been read is adopted. All right, we have another not concur. This looks like it's out of finance. Nope. Out of JPR, Judicial Proceedings. Let's go to Senate Bill 447. 447. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 447, Senator Guile, Child Abuse and Neglect, Disclosure of Reports and Records.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The House cross-file HB 1326 was amended to limit the disclosures that may be made under the bill to reports or records in which there has been a finalized indication of a finding or of abuse or neglect. The House concurred in those amendments, and HB 1326 is with the governor. JPR does not concur.
All right, the committee moves to not concur. Any objections? Without objection, the motion is adopted. Clerk will read the message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refused to concur in the House amendments and respectfully request the House recede. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes, the Senate appoints Senator West Chair, Senator James, Senator McKay. Said bill is returned by order. Nicole Alexander, Secretary.
Message having been read is adopted. All right, we're going to do some concurrences. These are all the ones that had been out there for a bit. So as you can see, the Secretary of the Senate's office is just trying to process through an ungodly number of concurrences. So they all were there. They're now all here. So there's a lot flying at the moment. So we're going to try to plow through some of these concurrences. Let's go to number 20. Number 20 is the first one. Clerk, read the first bill.
Senate Bill 338, the President, Economic Development, Delivering Economic Competitiveness. Motion to concur with House amendments.
Recognizing the chair of the committee on the House amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments conform the bill with HB 898 as amended by the Senate. Specifically, the amendments incorporate provisions of the House bill concerning Maryland economic development assistance and RISE zones, all the distribution of certain video lottery terminal proceeds, strike provisions repealing the limited aggregate amount of tax credit certificates that may be awarded in a single film production. We concur.
All right, the chair moves that the Senate concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 388 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? And we should change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 388 having received the constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 459, Senator Rosapet, Procurement, Advertising, Maryland News Organizations.
Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments clarify the organization staffing requirement in the definition of Maryland News Organization. We concur.
All right, chair moves to concur with House amendments. Any objections? Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 459 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 459 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Senator from District 7, introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. A quick introduction up in the balcony behind you. We have Brian Barthamy and Melanie Stone is here. Also, my girlfriend, but you all know her as the wife of Senator from District 29, Karen Bailey, is down also.
Excellent. Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, we're going to go to concurrence calendar number 19. Number 19. These are out of finance, out of the Finance Committee. Hold it. Recognize the, let's read the first bill.
Senate Bill 742, Maryland Medical Assistance Program and Development Disabilities, Admin, Home, Community-Based, Senator Kazone.
Recognizing the chair of the committee on the House amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House added a technical amendment to ensure compliance with federal law. We move to concur.
All right, the committee moves to concur with the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 742 is again before us on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 742 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 893, Senator Guile, Business Regulation, Rounding Cash Transactions Authorization.
Recognizing the chair of the committee on the House amendments.
Mr. President, there is a technical amendment. We move to concur.
All right, technical amendment on the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 893 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. Long live the penny. With 36 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 893 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, let's go to 17. Concurrence calendar 17. Clearly these are in the opposite order for some reason. 17.
Senate Bill 189, Senator Lewis Young, Municipalities Open Drainage Inlets.
Recognizing the chair of the committee on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Bill requires municipalities to inventory, prioritize, and make improvements to open drainage inlets as specified. House Amendment requires in FY 29 through 2031 to annually allocate $250,000 from the existing comprehensive flood management grant program to use for matching grants to municipalities for improvements to existing home drainage inlets. Triple E concurs with House amendments.
All right, Chair concurs with the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 189 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone should change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 189 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 625, Senator Feldman, Carbon Dioxide Capture Removal Sequestrian Projects.
All right. Recognize the chair of the committee on the House amendments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires the Maryland Department of Environment by January 2028 to adopt regulation standards that govern the permitting of carbon dioxide capture, removal, or sequestration projects. Bill takes effect July 1, 2026. House added language requiring MDE to consult with MDA, Maryland Department of Agriculture. Triple E will concur in the House amendments.
All right, Chair moves for the adoption of the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 625 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. All right, 43 votes in the affirmative. Senate Bill 625 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 719, Senator Love, Sewage Sludge, Per, and Polyfluoral Alkyl Substances.
Recognize the chair of the committee on the House amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill establishes prohibitions and restrictions related to land application of sewage sludge that has a total concentration of regulated PFAS equal to or greater than specified levels. House amendments alter rules surrounding the testing of the sewage sludge. Amendments conform the bill to HB 925 as passed the Senate. Triple E moves to concur with the House amendments.
All right, committee moves to concur with the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 719 is on third reading again for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone should change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 719 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 829, Senator Waldstreicher, Residential and Commercial Zone Laws.
Senate Bill 829 is on third reading, final passage. No, it's not. I'm sorry. Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. The bill requires Department of Housing and Community Development to conduct a study of specified residential in commercial zone laws. House amendments fix an error in the bill's purpose paragraph. Triple E concurs with the House amendment.
All right. Committee moves to concur with the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate committee accepts the House amendments. Senate Bill 829 now is on third reading again for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone should change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 829 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 148, Senator Kagan, Income Tax Fraction Modification, Public Safety Employees.
All right, recognizing the chair of Budget and Tax.
Thank you, Mr. President. House amendments substitute the equivalent value state income tax credit and sunset the bill after 3 years. Credits may not exceed $250,000 in a year. We concur.
All right, chair moves to concur with the House amendments. Any objections? Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 148 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone should change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 148 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Would anybody like to introduce? Recognize the chair of the Democratic Caucus.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's a great honor. We joined with two of our former colleagues, one from the House, one from the Senate. If you help me, Senate, please welcome Congresswoman Sarah Elfreth and Congressman Johnny Oshevsky.
Hey! Thank you. Wonderful to see you both. Thanks for joining us
Mr.
today.
President,
Yeah.
both agreed to help us end filibusters if we need.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, if it's a pickleball ball, I know that at least one of them will be able to knock it out, right? Yes, recognize the senator from the Gaithersburg and Rockville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now that we are between 911 and civic excellence, I just want to give a huge shout out to Brill Hunter, who's up in the gallery there. She has been working her tail off, and we've had a lot of fun while working on important policies. Please thank her for the past amazing bunch of months.
Wonderful. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, let's go to 18. 18. This is concurrence calendar number 18. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 204, Senator Kagan, Public Schools Maryland Civic Excellence Program.
All right, recognize the chair of the Committee on the House Amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. In general, the bill establishes the Maryland Civic Excellence Program in which local school systems may choose to participate to recognize the civic readiness and civic engagement of public high school students. The House Amendments conform the bill to HB 57 as passed unanimously by the Senate. Triple E will concur with the House Amendments.
Chair moves to concur with the House Amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House Amendments. Any Senate Bill 204 is again before the Senate on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 204, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 720, Senator Hester, Education Artificial Intelligence Guidelines.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. In general, this requires the State Department of Education to provide guidance on AI to various stakeholders through an online platform. The House Amendments requires professional development in AI to be provided during the weekday, be eligible for credit during a license renewal. Triple E will concur in the House Amendments.
All right, the chair moves to concur with the House Amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 720 is on third reading again for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 720 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 810, Senator King, Immigration Enforcement Expanding Sensitive Locations, Notification and Guidance.
Senate Bill 810, recognize the chair of the committee on the
Thank you,
House
Mr. President. In general, the bill requires public school personnel to notify the county superintendent of an affected school or the county superintendent designee if the school personnel is notified of immigration enforcement in a sensitive location that includes a school. House Amendments conform the bill to House Bill 1341 as passed by Triple E and JPR. Triple E committee will concur with the House Amendments.
All right, the chair moves to concur with the House Amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House Amendments. Senate Bill 810 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? Yes, recognize the minority whip on the final passage.
Mr. President, just making sure, this is the bill that now adds bus stops to sensitive locations. I know it includes schools, hospitals, which were already considered sensitive. My understanding is that this adds bus stops. Is there? Just making sure that's the case.
Check on from the committee.
We've had a lot of these bills, so we're just trying to be sure we know which one is which.
Seeking some confirmation from council to the minority whip's answer.
Yield to the senator from the 27th on the.
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Minority?
Yeah, just to make sure I understand, sensitive locations already include things like hospitals, schools, things that, by the way, ICE doesn't go into and do enforcement in. But this is adding bus stops, correct? It's bus stops, and what else?
So it's adding student bus stops.
Right.
general
It's
bus
student
stops.
bus stops, which can be stop signs or could be a city bus stop because they're in Baltimore City, for example, that they ride the city buses. So it's functionally any place there could be a kid getting on a school bus.
Yes, a student school bus. Yes, absolutely.
And it's enforceable because we can tell the federal government how to enforce their immigration law.
We're telling the state how to enforce our policies.
Okay. Thank you for the answers. Mr. President, I jumped up to be honest because I know we have another bill coming about making sure we can let criminals be let out. So I just want to be sure which one this was. This is about bus stops, making sure that we're telling ICE they can't enforce immigration law around bus stops, which we can't tell them to do or not do, but it does add bus stops. So, Mr. President, thank you so much. I think I'm going to have to vote no on this one.
Mr. President.
All right. Okay. Recognize the Vice Chair.
Just super briefly to correct the record, we talked about this on second reader. The senator from District 39 had an incident where ICE was at a school bus stop and the child got off and ICE used that as an excuse to arrest the parents, and the child was left without parents on their own. It was shocking, and I think it's totally appropriate that bus stops be in this in this bill, and I look forward to voting green. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Senator. All right, any further discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 33 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 810, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Recognize the senator from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, in the gallery behind the president is Braxton Street. He's a neighbor, a friend, a fraternity brother, a Mason brother. In the last couple of months, Braxton has showed me the true meaning of public service, learning how to put the goal and the mission above selflessness. Colleagues, please join me in giving a warm Senate welcome to my good brother, Braxton Street, who's in the podium this evening.
Welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Before we go into the next calendar, actually, if we could ask the two congresspeople if they wanted to come up and say very briefly some brief words. Once in the Senate, always in the Senate. So, of course, we'd ask our wonderful former senator. You've got an antsy crowd. You've got an antsy crowd.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, we got the signal from the senator from Baltimore City to be brief. So we just came from the House, and I have you all know that I got booed on your behalf, apparently, for not moving their bills. But I just so appreciate. I so appreciate everything you've done over the last 89 plus days. Obviously, these are incredibly trying times, divisive times, regardless of political party, for so many in our communities across the state and across this country. And your work here providing stability, debating with civility. I see you, Senator from Baltimore County, debating with civility and still getting so much done on behalf of our communities. Please know that things are really difficult in D.C., but I can speak for the congressman and the whole Team Maryland federal delegation how appreciative we are of the work that you're doing and delivering for our constituents each and every day, these 90 days and throughout. So, Mr. President, I will not do the minority leader's job any longer. Congressman from Baltimore County, Baltimore City.
Very briefly, thank you for the service you provide to Marylanders in a time when we are as divided as ever, at a time when civility is lost in our country, at a time when Marylanders and Americans are hurting. You all have risen to the occasion, and regardless of the outcome on votes, I know you all come at it from a place of really caring about the people you represent. So thank you for your service this session. Best of luck the rest of the way out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Yes, recognize the senator from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to quickly acknowledge that I have one of our hardworking constituents in the crowd, Dawn Dalton from District 25. Y'all give her a warm welcome to the Senate.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. All right, we have another concurrence calendar. This is concurrence calendar 2121. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 345, Senator Waldstreicher, Vehicle Manufacturers and Dealers and Manufacturer Associations.
Recognizing the chair of the committee on the concurrence.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As passed by the Senate, this bill authorizes a dealer or manufacturer association to request an administrative hearing to resolve the dispute between specified entities or seek clarification of the application of specified provisions of law. The House amendments further provide that a dealer association may request a hearing only if at least one member of the association has a dispute with the manufacturer, the interest the dealer seeks to protect are germane to the association's purpose, and the claim asserted and the relief requested do not require participation in each of the individual member of the association. JPR votes to concur.
All right, the Senator has moved for the adoption of the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 345 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 345 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 354, Senator Kagan, Business Regulation Charitable Organizations.
Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The House amendments conform the bill to its cross-file House Bill 483, which already passed the Senate, by altering the threshold for review. JPR moves to concur.
Chair moves to concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 354 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Everyone recorded their vote. Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 354 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 791, Senator Lamb, Correctional Services and Public Safety Immigration Enforcement.
Recognizing chair of the committee on the House amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As passed by the Senate, this bill prohibits local correctional facilities from taking certain actions related to immigration enforcement. The bill also requires state correctional facilities to give notice to federal immigration authorities before the release of certain individuals. Mr. President, the House amendments make a stylistic change. They prohibit state correctional facilities from coercing or threatening individuals based on citizenship or immigration. They clarify that the required notice from a state correctional facility does not have to be in writing. It adds a clause stating that the provision of the bill is severable and makes the bill an emergency bill. JPR votes to concur.
All right, the chair and committee move to concur with the House amendments. On the amendments, recognize the senator from the 29th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the floor leader to rise for a question.
Recognize, Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we discussed the other day, we talked some about enforcement. We talked some about correctional issues. And just to remember and remind the body what we were talking about some of the attacks that had happened on 9/11. We talked about some of the domestic terrorist cells that we were able to locate right here in Maryland. And we were able to uncover them when they were funneling money to terrorist groups, to our enemies, so that they could actually cause great harm in our communities. And I just, I have, corrections, police, ICE, it has always been a group that worked together. And what one officer knows, another officer knows. And we have worked back and forth. And I am worried that this bill affects the working relationship between our state, local law enforcement, corrections, and ICE in investigating criminals that are threatening our community. And I would ask you to please respond. I'm going to give you an actual situation that occurred last year, but that's the pretense to this. Yes, I asked you to respond to that, but that's fine. I'll go back through it.
No. Well, respectfully, Mr. President and Senator, the concurrence report makes only one substantive change from the bill that we debated for 4 hours and over 14 amendments. It is that it makes it an emergency bill. So I hesitate to relitigate a number of the questions or lines of argumentation that we've already kind of litigated for 4 hours on Friday. So, Mr. President, I'm happy to stand for questions, but I do not want to get into a rehashing of arguments that we debated for 4 hours and 14 amendments on Friday.
Yes, Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would absolutely say that when we talk about the safety of our community and the safety of the people that we represent and the fact that they feel safe on their, in their communities, I think that's something worth us taking a minute to talk about. And I'd like to just get the thoughts from the good senator on a situation. It was almost a year ago to this week. I'm on a ball field with my son, and we're in Charles County, Maryland, right up the street from where I live. And there is all the talk is about a lady that has gone missing. Right? She's a young mother. She's got a couple children, and she is missing, and they can't find her. And tragically, we do find her. The police find her. They are in she was in Cedarville State Park, and she had been horrifically murdered, and they found her remains. Obviously, they started looking at the family, and her boyfriend, who was an illegal alien, was gone. They couldn't find him, nor could they find his uncle. And they then were able to track the uncle's cell phone and through some other things, and they found that they had both been at the location where the body was located. And so then they worked with ICE, and they worked with some other communications that they had through some other relatives that were in the in corrections, and they were able to get a lead that they were fleeing the country, and they were able to apprehend them in Texas as they went to go over the border, both individuals. And we were able to return those individuals to Maryland for this horrific crime that was committed just a year ago. And the questions that the people were asking me on the ball field that day is, how could this happen in Maryland? How could something like this happen? And my question, Senator, is the fact that we were able to use all resources that we had, whether it be police, corrections, and working with ICE. How does this bill potentially weaken that relationship when we're talking about the relationship with corrections and ICE?
In the hypo that you proposed, and again, it's very similar to a number of hypotheticals that came up on Friday, but again, the criminal justice system functions the same. And so if that person is then extradited from whichever border state that they were located, they would come back to Maryland, and they would go through the normal process of the criminal justice system. If they would be charged, they would be detained pre-trial. They would be, if they're convicted, then they will go to the DOC. If their offense is for a longer period of time, if they go to DOC, then under the bill, after that person serves their period of incarceration, or even during that period, the bill requires notification within 48 hours of their release. So this bill would not harm or hinder public safety or that type of cooperation under that hypothetical.
So I'd have to say, knowing some of the people that were related there, they would probably take offense to the fact of her death being a hypothetical. I would say that the fact is that the information...
Senator, just really quickly, the question is on the motion to concur with the House amendments. It's germane to the House amendments. They're technical and emergency, is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. The only substance changes of emergencies.
Okay. Just making sure on the concurrence, on the House amendments.
I greatly appreciate that, Mr. President, and I can assure you that when we talk about the fact of an emergency, us talking about the public trust is clearly an emergency when it comes to my community and the safety that these people ask me on the ball field. And I want to know if the information that we gained, and I say we just being an old law enforcement officer, but the information that the law enforcement officers gained through other incarcerated individuals that were in custody working with ICE, right? I am interested to know if this bill, whether it be emergency or not, affects that.
In my estimation, it would not.
Thank you.
All right, on the amendments, any objection to the amendments? Without objections, the amendments are adopted. Recognize the bill is up for third reading, final passage. Recognize the senator on 42nd district on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't need to ask the floor leader questions, so he can sit down and relax. I just
Senator,
want
may proceed
I just want to speak on the bill for a couple of
Thank
minutes.
you, Senator.
Thank you. So I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I want to bring to the body's attention one last time the fact that if this bill is passed, it means that all joint federal state task forces to fight crime will be disbanded, because it's an emergency bill, immediately upon the signing of the bill by the governor, which could happen as early as tomorrow. Let me once again, at the risk of boring you, read the actual language of the bill. There may be a misconception that the only discussion that cannot occur relates to illegal immigrants. That's not the case. What this bill says is, after this bill passes and takes effect immediately, a law enforcement agent, that means any Maryland law enforcement officer, may not provide federal immigration authorities with information about an individual. Not his immigration status, just information about an individual obtained in the course of the law enforcement agent's duties, period. So, if there is a joint federal state task force and federal immigration authorities, either through ICE or through the Department of Homeland Security, are a part of that task force, we have to withdraw from that task force as soon as this bill is signed. And we will not be able to participate in any future joint federal state task forces. That is what this bill says. The bill does, again, it relates to any information. And the way these task forces work is they get together, everybody in the task force gets together and shares whatever information they've uncovered, and then they make decisions about what to do next. They disperse, they do it, they come together again, once again, share the information. That's how the task force works. So if this bill is passed, all joint federal state task forces to fight crime in Maryland that are currently underway will come to an end, and any future joint federal state task forces to fight crime will never get off the ground. That is what we will be doing, and the reason we're doing it is because we passed this bill on the fly. This is the kind of legislation which our committee works hard on in order to iron out the bugs. This is most emphatically a bug. There was no intention on the part of anyone on the Judicial Proceedings Committee that I'm aware of to stop these joint federal state task forces. It was never discussed. It simply cropped up in the bill at the last minute, which we looked at on the fly back in the Silver Room when we were pulled off the floor a couple of days ago. There was, in fact, some people didn't even know we were going to vote at the end of the meeting, and they left the meeting and weren't there for the vote. So legislating on the fly at the end of the session is really a bad idea. It does us a disservice, because when the results of the bills that we pass on the fly become apparent, as in this case they will almost immediately when the existing federal state task forces have to be disbanded, the voters are going to get a poor opinion of what we do. They're going to think that we're passing legislation that's ill-considered. Most of the legislation we passed has been vetted carefully. This bill was not. It was pulled off the shelf and passed on the fly. It is a bad piece of legislation. We are going to get ourselves in trouble, and we're going to destroy our reputation if we pass this bill without amending it. Frankly, we should recommit the bill, change the bill, take these bad words out of the bill, and then repass it. The problem is here we are at 6:15 in the evening on Sunny Day, and there's no time to do that. So we're put to a dilemma. Either we pass a terrible piece of legislation or we don't pass it. And I know what the majority wants to do. It's going to hurt the state. It's going to hurt our crime-fighting efforts. It's a bad idea, and I think it's a terrible shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, we're going to Senator from the 37th District, followed by the Senator from the 6th District.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to follow up on my comments the other night. I understand the intentions behind this legislation, but it's interesting in that it's intended to try to protect immigrants, but it isn't. This is an incentive. If this is supposed to be a deterrent for ICE enforcement, this is only an incentive. I talked about this the other night. Funding and resources drive ICE detainers and ICE action. By cutting down cooperation, that creates an incentive for more random detentions, more ICE on the street, more conflict, more trauma for these families. It is not helping immigrants. This is not helping immigrants. But in general, stepping away from that, though, looking a little larger, I want to just share a little bit from my sheriff in Talbot County. At present, this was earlier in February. At present, the Talbot County Detention Center holds 8 individuals arrested for heinous crimes in Talbot County who are subject to lawful immigration detainers. Those detainers can and should be served by ICE after they serve their sentences. Of those 8, 3 are being held on murder charges, 2 for kidnapping, and 1 for a horrific repeated rape of a 12-year-old girl in her own home. In the last 11 years, a sheriff had served as sheriff. There had only been 1 homicide outside of the town of Easton. That suspect was an illegal alien and was connected to a Mexican drug cartel. He fled to Mexico after the murder, and it took nearly 2 years to extradite the individual from Mexico. These are real serious issues, and it is a threat to public safety, and it doesn't help immigrants. This is a bad bill. It should be sent back to committee, and you should vote against it. That's why I'll be voting red.
Thank you, Senator. Recognized Senator from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. My biggest concern is gangs. We have gangs everywhere through our nation, but we got MS-13 gangs in Maryland. And it's troubling that we can see things like this escalate and make it more troubling in our communities. I have a question for the floor leader, if I could just real quick, Mr. President.
Welcome to ask.
Yes, sir.
Senator is not required to answer. But
yes, sir. Under this bill, would the state have been allowed to report these gang members to federal authorities after being charged with kidnapping and murder? If not, how does this bill actually increase trust and safety in our communities? Thank you, Mr. President.
Quickly respond to that, and the speaker prior is that under those scenarios, this bill actually covers those scenarios and would allow and actually permit and require reporting and contact after the sentence is complete. So the scenarios are covered under the bill.
All right, on the bills on third reading for final passage, recognized Senator District 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. The floor leader may or may not respond. My understanding, Mr. President, that the bill definition of immigrant detainer references Form I-205, which is a warrant of removal deportation. But this does not account for Form I-200, which is the warrant for address of alien, which is typically issued earlier in the immigration process. Mr. President, I don't remember this in the committee being brought up, and I don't remember this in the Silver Room being brought up, and I was wondering if I may ask the floor leader some questions about these 2 forms.
Yes,
floor leader yield.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I know the debate should be curtailed to the substance of the concurrence, but with your indulgence, I'll just very quickly.
Please.
So the I-205, the warrant of removal or deportation, under the bill is required. So they are required to report and communicate under those circumstances. The bill is silent and does not preclude contact for the I-200, the warrant of arrest of an alien. So although the bill doesn't speak specifically to that second piece, it does not prohibit that communication.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader, and thank you, Mr. President, for that explanation. But I'm telling you, colleagues, Senate Bill 791 creates a gap where individuals who meet the bill's definition of a convicted individual would never be reported to the federal authorities simply because the process has not advanced to the I-205 stage. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from District 5, Minority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we're talking about final passage of this legislation. It says Community Trust Act, but I fear that the results of this bill will be exactly as my colleague from the Lower Eastern Shore talked about, a Community Betrayal Act, because this is a serious thing this bill is going to do if you pass it. This is not about paperwork with 287G. This is not about even adding something to a list of sensitive locations. This is not about data file sharing with ICE by private companies or list brokers or the state. All of those things I think were not good policy by any stretch of the imagination. And in fact, as we pointed out on 287G, it's sort of counterproductive if your goal is to minimize ICE interaction. This bill is literally going to make it harder to keep dangerous people from hurting people in the community. Please hear me. This is not hyperbole. We've been here before. Many of you were not in this body, but I was. And in 2017, the last time President Trump had taken office, there was a huge push to pass something called the Trust Act, and it was very similar to this, and much like, you know, the House actually at that time passed a very radical version of it, and then we were in the Judicial Proceedings Committee dealing with this issue. We decided not to pass the bill as a committee because of many of the very things that have fallen on deaf ears but should be heard again. This bill, as it is now written, says you can only share information or even communicate about someone with ICE if they're a convicted felon. And thankfully, we did get the one amendment that said if you're convicted of a felony in other places, at least pretty serious felonies, or it does have convicted sex offender, thank God. But it is not very easy to convict someone of some of those offenses. Quite often what happens in our jurisdictions, especially our larger, more populated jurisdictions, is very serious crimes are pled down, particularly when we talk about sexual assault and rape and child abuse, because the witnesses are afraid of testifying, not able to testify, or sadly not believed all the time when they testify, and they're afraid of going through the process. So quite often, a first-degree rape could be pled down to a second-degree assault, which is a misdemeanor. Number of child sex offenses oftentimes are dealt with differently. So what would you set up? But so they won't be convicted felons. They might be convicted of multiple counts of drunk driving, been accused and had a number of pled down for different types of assaults, sexual crimes. Could even have an attempted murder get pled down pretty easily in some cases due to different evidentiary standards. And yet you're saying that someone who gets picked up for a very serious crime and has a rap sheet a mile long of some convictions, maybe some charges, some convictions, that person, you don't want ICE knowing, and you know that person, it seems like there's a chance based on the documentation you have that there's a problem with them and they're not here legally, or they may not be here legally, or they immigrated, they have legal status, but this is definitely coming close to making, this is the kind of thing that would violate that legal status. You don't want those people, you don't want law enforcement to talk to the federal authorities about those people just to see if they have something, just to see if they're wanted somewhere else by Interpol, or if there's a detainer on them. You don't want that? For somebody that's like smacks somebody around and has a rap sheet a mile long, you're protecting that illegal immigrant over our community? You got to think about this, please. I'm not faking, I'm not making it up. This kind of thing happens. I'm going to talk to you. In 2017, we did not pass the Trust Act. So one county in our state, Prince George's County, went ahead and passed a local version of the Trust Act. And here's the story. Police are still searching for a fourth suspect involved in the murder of a 14-year-old girl found beaten and stabbed to death in a creek last week. This is a 2019 article. Police said cadaver dogs helped find the body of Ariana Funes Diaz, 14, who had been reported missing from a group home in Anne Arundel County. According to Prince George's County Police, at the time, she was beaten and stabbed by two men and a woman watched, and someone else took video. Joel Escobar of Northeast D.C., Josu Fuentes Ponce, 16, of Bladensburg, and Cynthia Hernandez Nucaminde of Lothian, Maryland, were all arrested in May of 2019 and were facing first-degree murder charges as adults. But the story gets worse than that. The two gentlemen were here illegally, but the story gets worse than that. Now it was discovered later, and I have another media report, federal immigration authorities say 2 teens arrested for murder last week would not have been able to kill a 14-year-old girl if they had been turned over to ICE last year on a detainer request. ICE had lodged a detainer against these 2 young men in May of 2018 when they were arrested for another suspected murder, and somehow they got out of jail because of a Trust Act-like policy and went on to murder a 14-year-old girl. And it is documented, it is correct, it is true. Now, they were eventually caught and they went to jail. But they'd been transferred to a state youth facility based on a judge's ruling. Their cases were concluded. The state facility released one, and the other came back to Prince George's County, released to a family member. They were charged and they were let go, even though ICE had a detainer on them. According to authorities, the suspects were fearful that this young woman would go to the police about a robbery they had all committed together in Washington, D.C. earlier that year in 2019. And I can go through, I have a list that I can go through of similar situations in counties in our area, in both Maryland and in Fairfax County, Virginia, where repeatedly predators have been released when they already were in jail for a serious crime, then released despite detainers lodged against them. And in one case, Marvin Morales Ortez in Fairfax County was released and then is now on trial for a homicide he committed allegedly within 24 hours. He was released from Fairfax County custody after prosecutors dropped charges, including violent and firearm charges, despite an ICE detainer. And then the next day, he committed, it's alleged right now, but he committed a murder, fatal shooting, allegedly, the next day in Reston, Virginia. There's the story of Malden Guzman Videz in Fairfax County. Fairfax County is a county that does not cooperate with ICE and does these kinds of Trust Act policies. ICE lodged multiple detainers from 2022 to 2023, so they were doing this before Donald Trump ever took office, but the detention center in Fairfax declined and he was released. He and a confederate and a co-defendant have now pled guilty to second-degree murder in the 2024 Oakton killing. I have several more from Fairfax County. Loudoun County, Virginia. Alvaro Ayala. He'd previously been arrested for reckless driving in 2024. There was a detainer on him because he was wanted for a number of things. Then later, he was charged in the strangulation of his infant sister. The child later dies, and he's facing additional charges, including a murder. He had an ICE detainer on him. They let him go. In March 2023 through October 2023, Montgomery County the ICE lodged detainers for Nilson Granados Trejo in Montgomery County. Montgomery County did not honor it. He was released after theft arrest in March and October of 2023. Subsequently, he was charged in Prince George's County in February of 2024 in a Langley Park shootout that killed a 2-year-old. And now he's facing first and second-degree murder charges. Frederick County. Ruben Hernandez-Lanez. ICE State's Border Control encountered him in May 2022 and released him into the U.S., and later he went on to commit violent felonies. That is not one that is a county. I admit, I read that. That was the incompetence of the previous federal administration. There's many more. There's many more. I could go on and on, but this is the Trust Act. This is what it does. We put the rights, the so-called rights of people who've committed multiple crimes and been convicted of a number of crimes in many cases over the protection of people in our community. You tell these, I don't want to have to go tell the parents of a 14-year-old girl, you know, we could have made sure those people didn't do that to her, but we were playing politics. We were wanting to build community trust and fight back against ICE, and we decided to go to the nth degree and say that we're not going to send dangerous people who've committed multiple crimes to the appropriate federal authorities to get them out of this country eventually. We're not even going to talk to ICE about it. This is a very bad bill, and you cannot just step back from this. This is not one that's just, hey, well, we're going to pass it, but we'll figure out ways it doesn't really harm anybody. It's very serious. It's a very serious bill. It's the kind of thing that will outrage people when and if they make the connection. So I'll just say this, Mr. President, the conviction versus charging scenario, we talked a lot about that on second reader. A scenario where you've arrested, a local sheriff or county police force has arrested someone suspected of a serious heinous crime that would qualify as a felony. They have a long rap sheet of minor convictions and some charges dropped. Sheriff can't even ask ICE what ICE knows. And I think also, again, going back to making it about felony convictions, so often we know that particularly in these heinous sort of sexual assault cases and serious types of violent assaults, it gets pled down so often. And yet we're making this standard that we can't communicate with ICE about convicted criminals even, in many cases, that are in our country illegally. And instead, they're just going to get released on their own recognizance many times. Because it's not even just about releasing them after their sentence. The other thing the debate was all kind of about, well, don't we want them to serve their time here? Well, yeah, if somebody murders in the United States, if there's an illegal immigrant here that murders somebody, they're going to stand trial and go to jail here. But this is about when someone serves time in a county jail or serves time in a state facility for several years for a crime, and then we're going to say, you can't tell ICE they're getting out. It's a wrong bill. It is not what we should be doing. So, Mr. President, I would just urge everybody to take a step back. This is not the one to do. This is not the one to do. The other stuff you've done this session, I don't think it's good, but this one is going to really hurt your community. It's really going to hurt your community. We can figure out a way. Somebody special order it. You don't have to take a vote. But you don't want to vote this through. Please do not vote this bill through. My vote will be red.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the Senate Bill 791's on third reading, final passage, recognize the Senator from District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the floor leader yield for a couple questions for clarifying, please?
Senator had lots of opportunities in committee, so just make sure.
Yeah, this is stuff that's come out since our last discussion, Mr. President.
It's on third reading, so there's no opportunity for amendment. So really, the Senator is making an argument about the bill.
Yeah, it's important to be on the record and have it clarified. It was a part of our last discussion. So,
Senator yield. Senator may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fuller. So one of the things I think that came back over once it was a part of the conference committee was the part about the coercion. Is that correct, or was that left on there?
Senator, that was it's certainly implied in also the law, but they put it in.
It's
there
already in the law.
Yeah,
okay,
right.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's already in the law, but we felt necessary to put back in there the idea that these correctional officers may be using to coerce or intimidate. One of the things that was added in, that I know was added in from the conference report, was the addition of where in the Senate we deleted the state institutions, prisons, and versus the local jails. I mean, the state, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm asking, but the state institutions, our prisons, are already set up as to house those that are post-conviction. Is that correct?
If you're talking about the Department of Corrections, anyone that's sentenced to either 12 months or a day up to 18 months has to go to the Department of Corrections.
Department of Corrections, correct. So that's already would be a conviction. They don't go there unless they've been convicted. So, and isn't the language of this bill that it's already after their conviction that you're allowed to contact the Department of Homeland, that you may be allowed to contact the Department of Immigration's Customs Enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it just seems redundant that we're putting something out there that actually it satisfies nothing. The Senate had it right by not having it in there. You can't be in the State Department of Corrections unless you've been convicted. This bill allows you, if you've been convicted, to work with our federal partners, and they decided to put it back in, and now we've receded and accepted that. I just don't understand the wisdom in that, because is it fair to say that our local detention centers are good for sentences up to 18 months, but are always used as pretrial detention facilities should they not be released on a bond?
That's correct. If a sentence is more than 12 days, or 12 months rather, then there's discretion as to whether to remove that person to a DOC facility, but up to 18 months they can remain in a local facility.
So those people would be deemed as pretrial, not convicted of a crime, which, as the bill was crafted, was the intent behind it. I'm going to guess. I don't want to assume anything, but is that an accurate?
You can be convicted in that local facility up to 18 months. If your conviction and your time of incarceration is more than 18 months, then you have to go to DOC, but you can be convicted in a local facility.
Thank you for that. And I guess that kind of leads to my point, which is, there again, they're there for pretrial. If their sentence is shorter than up to 18 months, they could stay there. If it's over 12 months, they could be moved to a State Department of Corrections. But anybody in the state DOC is convicted. And then I guess my last thing is that I wanted to ask, and I appreciate your indulgences. The other day we spoke about injunctive relief. The injunctive relief is the only part of this, really is the only, if you will, teeth to this legislation. There's no criminal penalty associated with our Corrections Bureau personnel working with or contacting the Department of Immigration's Customs Enforcement. There's no criminal actions if a sheriff calls the Immigration's Customs Enforcement. Is that accurate?
That's right. The only relief available is injunctive relief.
And the injunctive relief, when I look it up, it says that injunctive relief is a court-ordered remedy that either compels a party to perform a specific action or prohibits them from taking a specific action. And it is an equitable remedy used to prevent irreparable harm when monetary damages are inadequate. Is that a fair injunctive relief definition?
Textbook.
It's Google. Thanks, Google. So the concern that I have is, when we had this discussion the other day, we talked about the fruits of the poisonous tree. And at that time, it was considered that the injunctive relief potentially would be a catalyst or a trigger point, if you will, that would potentially affect any subsequent prosecution by the fruits of the poisonous tree. And I just want to be clear today that the fruits of the poisonous tree only apply in criminal matters, criminal prosecution, criminal arrest. Is that fair?
Yes, I'm just struggling with it because it's generally the violation has to be the reason that something that was entered into evidence or something that's at play is there. So if it's not directly connected to it, then it would not affect the proceedings of the matter.
Thank you for that. So is it fair to say that the fruits of the poisonous tree doctrine is a doctrine that applies to suppressing evidence obtained in illegal searches and criminal law, not civil remedies?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for the answers. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to clarify and put that into the record. I think it's important that we understand that a civil injunctive relief remedy creates no criminal action towards any law enforcement body or police executive or sheriff. What it creates is an injunctive relief. It creates no issues with the continued prosecution of the case that they're under arrest for. These are important matters, because what we're seeing is Maryland, by passing this, is saying to everyone out there that we're going to do what we can to protect, and we'll say that everyone that's here, whether you're a citizen or not, in manners that aren't always the safest to our communities. And so when I spoke the other day, I spoke about the idea that we have, this is, a community distrust act, or it's a community betrayal act, because it's endangering our communities by taking an action with a federal law enforcement partner that has been established with a long-standing cooperative work effort with all of our departments. And now we're taking that opportunity, that dialogue, that enhanced law enforcement operations to the next level. We're taking that back. We're saying we know better than them. We're saying that our communities are safer by not being able to cooperate with our federal partners to learn what they know about these subjects from their home country when they came into our country. We're saying that if they get parole or they get pre-trial release after a domestic violence incident, and they get released and go back and are involved in a more violent domestic related event after that release, which we could have had a detainer to prevent it from happening, we're saying that's okay. And we should never say that's okay in this body. We should always want accountability. We should always want the transparency, which I believe in a way, oddly enough, this is trying to affect, but it's misguided at this time. So, Mr. President, with that, I would encourage everyone to really consider the impact this is going to have on your communities, because next year my fear is we're going to come back here and somebody's going to be talking about this bill going through in an emergency manner and someone in their community was struck down because this body failed to take a proper vote to protect their communities on a bill that has no teeth to create any criminal impact for those that are trying to do their duty, their sworn oath to protect our communities. And with that, I'll be voting red, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right, on the bill, third reading, final passage, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 32 votes in the affirmative. Senate Bill 791 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
Senate Bill 941, Senator Henson, Department of Housing and Community Development, Severe Health and Safety Risk Properties.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The House cross-file HB 1218 is identical and passed both chambers. JPR moves to concur.
All right, chair, committee moves to concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 941 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 34 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 941 have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Let's go to Concurrence 22. Concurrence 22. Clerk, read the bill.
Senate Bill 242, Senator Simon Eyre, Modernizing Civil Relief for Service Members Act.
All right.
Yes.
Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill explicitly authorizes an active service member or an active service member's spouse who relocates to the state due to orders for service and holds a license issued by another state, practice under that license within Maryland if the individual submits an application including specified documentation and satisfies other criteria. The House amendments are technical. Conform the bill to House Bill 420, the cross-file. EEE moves to concur with the House amendments.
All right, chair moves to concur with the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 242 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 242 having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. We're going to Senate Bill 866. 866. Clerk will read the first message.
Senate Bill 866, Senator A. Washington, Public Health Chain Restaurants Disclosure and Notice to Customers of Sodium and Added Sugar. By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates does not receive the House amendments and respectfully request the House reconsider. Should the Senate prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes of the two houses, the House appoints Delegate Warman Chair, Delegate
So be considered
Alston.
reading the message. Message having been read is ordered journalized. Clerk will read the next message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate still does not concur in the House amendments and agrees to a conference committee to
Should be considered the reading of the message. The message is adopted. Let's now move to Senate Bill 626. We have two messages. 626. Clerk will read the bill and the first message.
Senate Bill 626, Senator Lamb, sex designation on certificates of birth, loss, and ID cards. By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates does not recede in the House amendments and respectfully request the Senate to reconsider, and concur should the Senate prefer a conference committee to
So be
confer.
considered the reading of the bill, or of the message. It is ordered journalized. Clerk will read the next message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate still does not concur in the House amendments and agrees to a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes. The House
So be
has
considered the
appointed.
reading of the message. It is adopted. Let's go to House Bill 573. House Bill 573. Clerk will read the bill and the first message.
House Bill 573, Delegate Tavares, Fair Housing and Housing Discrimination Regulations, Intent and Discriminatory Effect. House will not concur. Please proceed.
All right. Message having been read is journalized. Clerk will read the Senate's message.
By the Majority Leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not recede in the Senate amendments and agrees to a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes. The House has appointed Delegate Ampry chair.
So be considered the reading of the message. It is adopted. Let's now go to House Bill 139. House Bill 139. Clerk will read the bill and the message.
House Bill 139, Delegate Rogers, Sales and Use Tax, Tax-Free Day, Veterans Day. By the Majority
Message
Leader,
three.
ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates still does not concur in the Senate amendments and to the House bill and agrees to a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes.
All right. Who didn't disagree? Sorry, Madam Clerk.
The Senate has appointed Senator
All right,
Rosa
message
chair.
having been read is adopted. Let's go to third reading calendar of amended House bills. This is calendar 66. 66. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 6, Delegate Kerr, Public Institutions of Higher Education, Pregnant and Parenting Students.
House Bill 6 on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Does everyone record their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 40 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 6 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 103, Delegate Stewart, Consumer Protection, Consumer Contracts, Prohibited Waivers.
House Bill 103 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Does everyone record their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 35 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 103 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 168, Delegate Vogel, Housing and Community Development, Affordable Housing.
House Bill 168 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Does everyone record their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 35 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 168 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 182, Delegate Stein, Election Law, Presidential Electors.
House Bill 182 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Everyone record their vote. Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, House
Mr.
Bill
President,
182 having received a
as a
constitutional
point
majority
of,
is declared
per-
passed.
point of order,
Yes.
I don't know what's happening, but mine and at least these guys, everyone in this area, our computers aren't working that we're able to access the voting lists, anything on this whole calendar. So I don't have any of the.
It's all in the agendas. It's all in the agendas on the main tab. This is on House. It's right on the board. Calendar number 66. It's all on the website, Senator. Clerk will read the next bill.
I'm on the website, Mr. President.
On the website, read the agenda. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 191, Delegate Wems, Consumer Protection, Retail Transaction for Essential Consumer Goods, Cash Payments.
House Bill 191 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 35 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 191 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 575,
Mr.
Delegate
President,
Wilkins.
Mr. President, we're not, this is not,
Yes, recognizing.
It's not attempted. I was back up. Okay, it was not attempted delay. It wasn't. The system was not showing us the bills. So thank you.
Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 575, Delegate Wilkins, Public Schools, Student Attendance, Excused Absences for Civic Engagement.
House Bill 575 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 43 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 575, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. We're going to calendar 6767. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 587, Delegate Phillips, Procurement, Department of Transportation, Maryland Transportation Authority.
House Bill 587 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 587 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 640, Chair, Government, Labor, Elections, Mandated Reports, Boards, and Commissions.
House Bill 640 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 640 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 898, the Speaker, Economic Development, Delivering Economic Competitiveness.
House Bill 898 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 898 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1248, Delegate Wolek, Worker from an Inclusive State Workplace.
House Bill 1248 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 35 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1248 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1452, Delegate Tolles, Economic Development, Prince George's County, Suitland Development Authority.
House Bill 1452 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? Yes, I recognize the senator from the 22nd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I believe we have an amendment from the senator from the 25th district.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 25th has an amendment. Pages will collect and distribute the senator's amendment.
Mr. President?
Yes.
While we're waiting, can I change my vote on HB 6 from nay to yay?
HB 6, nay to yay.
Yes.
Any objections? Without objections, so ordered. Senator from the 25th has an amendment. Senator will describe the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had to make a couple of adjustments to the membership of the group, and so we added the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for Economic Development in Prince George's County. It's amendment number 1. Amendment number 2, we also made adjustments to the co-chair of the board, and we also added the Suitland Legacy Mixed-Use Town Center Design Review Committee. Please accept the amendments.
All right, senators, move the amendment. Recognize the senator from the 22nd.
It's a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment. Any objections? Without objection, the amendment is adopted. House Bill 1452 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1452, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Let's go to 55, calendar 55. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 406, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County, Alcoholic Beverages.
House Bill 406, third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 406, have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 443, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County, Alcoholic Beverages.
House Bill 443 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 443, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 583, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County, Alcoholic Beverage, notion of issuance.
House Bill 583 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 583 having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 625, Delegate Collison, Human Relevant Research Fund.
House Bill 625 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 34 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 625 have received a constitutional majority, declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 684, Chair of Health, Health Insurance, Material Health Changes to Provider Networks.
House Bill 684 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 684 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1091, Delegate Kerr, Health Insurance and Dental Plan Organization, Dennis.
House Bill 1091 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1091 have received constitutional majorities declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1387, Delegate Cooley, Maryland Automobile Insurance Fund.
House Bill 1387, third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1387 have received a constitutional majorities declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1425, Delegate Clippinger, Baltimore City Alcoholic Beverage License Revisions.
House Bill 1425 is on third reading. Recognize Senator from the 26th District.
Thank you very much. Can I special order this into our last session of the evening?
Not this one.
Well,
I mean, yeah,
can I
Senator's
lay it
welcome
over?
to.
Can I lay it over. I have some concerns with it and I want to deal with it.
All right. Mr. President. Recognize the Senator's moved to special order the bill. Recognize.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I understand that the hour is late. I would say this is a local delegation bill. I would say let's find another bill that we can special order, but I would say let's move forward with this one, please.
I think we have the time. I'm not going to deal with this one. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
With that, withdraw the motion. Without the withdraw the motion. Senator's withdrawing the motion. Senator wishes to.
I don't need a lot of time on this one. I just wanted to check some things out and come back tonight and do it.
All right. Well, we can do it to the end of the next calendar. If there's a end of the next calendar. All right. Senator moves to special order the bill. We'll take it up the next calendar. All right. Without objection, so ordered. Let's go to clerk. Read the next bill.
House Bill 1490, Delegate Shetty, Family Investment Program Temporary Cash Assistance.
All right. House Bill 1490 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 35 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1490 have received a constitutional majority declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1554, Delegate Hornberger, Sales and Use Tax, Electricity for Agriculture Purposes.
House Bill 1554 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 47 votes in the affirmative. House Bill 1554, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. We've got some conference committee reports. We're like 2 hours behind, just to be clear. We're at least 2 hours behind. From where we thought we'd be to where we are, we're at least 2 hours back. So it's supposed to be slow. It is not now. So we're going to start just speeding everything up. We've got Senate Bill 311. We've got a conference report for 311. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 311, the President, Education, the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Revisions.
All right. Recognizing the chair of the committee on the conference committee report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. The underlying bill makes several alterations to the blueprint for Maryland's future. Changes involve, among other provisions, increases local flexibility, funding for low-income students, grant funding, teacher certification qualifications, career and technical education. The amendments that have been agreed to on a consensus with the Accountability Implementation Board and all the various committees provides a 2-year extension of the compensatory education enrollment methodology, revised definition of wraparound services, provides transfer of specified funds. All in all, Mr. President, these consensus amendments, the Triple E Committee moves the adoption of the Conference Committee report. Amendments, the committee amendments and the report.
All right, the chair moves for the adoption of the Conference Committee report. Are there any objections? Without objection, the committee report is adopted. On the bill itself, Senate Bill 311, third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 33 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 311, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, we've got a not concur out of Triple E. This is Senate Bill 255. Senate Bill 255. We'll hear the bill and recognize the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, recognize the chair.
Yes, in general, the bill establishes a Voting Rights Act for counties and municipal corporations in the state. The House amendment amends the remedies for violations of the law by authorizing a court to order the adoption of certain methods of voting without consent of the relevant jurisdiction. Triple E will not concur in the House amendments, Mr. President.
All right, chair moves to not concur with the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the Senate does not concur. Clerk will read the message.
By the majority leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate refused to concur in the House amendments. Should the House prefer a conference committee to confer on the disagreeing votes, Senate appoints Senator Kagan chair, Senator Harris, Senator Simoneau. Said bill is returned by order. Nicole Alexander, secretary.
All right, message having been read is adopted. We have another conference committee report. This is out of Triple E again. This is House Bill. Actually, can I have that? I don't think we're ready for that one yet. We've got a third reading, which is the Special Order Calendar 94. Clerk will read the bill.
Which bill is that? 1369. House Bill 1369, Delegate Solomon, Department of Budget and Management. Bills on third reading for final passage.
All right, House Bill 1369 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Any wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1369, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. All right, we've got to move some of these over here. There are second readers. Actually, we've got yeas and nays. Let's just read these over. These are Senate bills passed by the House. Clerk, this is number 12. Clerk, read the bills.
Yeas and nays. These are the following bills that have been passed by the House. Senate Bill 39, Senator
Majority
Lamb,
Leader moves, so
Behavioral
we
Health.
consider the reading of the bills. Let's go to House Bill 141. We have two messages. Clerk will read the bill and the first message.
House Bill 141, Delegate Foley, State Personnel Collective Bargaining Graduate Assistance. By the majority leader, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House of Delegates refuses to concur in the Senate amendments. Respectfully request the House proceed. Should the
Be considered the reading of the message. It is ordered journalized. Clerk will read the next message.
By the majority leader, ladies and gentlemen of the House of Delegates, the Senate does not receive the Senate amendments, agrees to a conference committee to confer. The House has appointed Delegate Wells chair, Delegate Barnes, Delegate Solomon. Senate appoints Senator Kramer chair, Senator Beidle, Senator Hershey. Said bill is returned by order. Nicole Alexander, secretary.
Message having been read is adopted. We have a second reading report. Let's go to JPR report number 41.
House Bill 681, Delegate Lewis, Baltimore City, Ordinance Enforcement, Fines and Penalties.
Let's see. It's a favorable report. Floor leader for 681.
All right, yes, the Judicial Proceeding Committee moves for a favorable committee report. It removes the maximum amount that Baltimore City is authorized to establish for the civil and criminal fines and penalties for violating certain ordinances, rules, or regulations. It's a local bill.
Senator moves the report. Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 681 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Let's go to report number 39 out of Judicial Proceedings. 39.
House Bill 523, Delegate D. Jones, Real Property Residential Foreclosures, Commencement Restrictions, favorable 2 amendments.
Recognize the senator from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires an order to docket OTD or a complaint seeking to foreclose a mortgage or deed of trust on residential property must be filed within 10 years after the date of the last payment. Additionally, if a secured party commences foreclosure on acquired debt that was in default for 5 or more years prior to the acquisition, the secured party must present the documents generally required for a debt buyer or collector under the section of the Courts and Judicial Proceedings article with OTD or complaint. The bill takes effect June 1, 2026. Amendment number 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 removes the requirement that secured parties commencing a foreclosure on acquired debt that was in default for 5 or more years present certain documents with the order to docket or complaint and changes the effective date to October 1, 2026. I ask that we accept the bill as amended. Thank you.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report on the amendments.
Mr. President?
Yes, recognize the senator from the 30th District on the amendments.
Mr. President, we did have a robust discussion on this in committee, and I do have further amendments proposed. I would like to introduce those amendments on the Senate bill and the House bill, and being that we could not amend the Senate bill on third reader, I would move to special order this bill to the end of this session so that I might introduce those amendments on both versions of the bills.
Any objections to the senator's motion?
No objection.
All right, without objection, the bill and the amendments will be special ordered to the after the Senate calendar. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1105, Delegate Embry, Statute of Limitations, Civil Suits to Enforce Local Consumer Protection Codes.
Recognizing the senator from the 44th as the floor leader.
Thank you very much. As amended, this bill increases from 1 year to 3 years the statute of limitations for a civil suit for enforcement of the Baltimore City Consumer Protection Code for which equitable relief, a fine, or penalty is provided. The statute of limitations begins to run when Baltimore City authorities knew or reasonably should have known of the violation. There were 2 amendments. One was technical. The second limits the application of the bill to Baltimore City's Consumer Protection Code. I move the amended favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the 2 committee amendments are adopted. On the amended report, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1105 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1222, Prince George's County Delegation, Prince George's County State's Attorney Salary.
House Bill 1222 is not on to third reading. Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As amended, this bill alters the annual salary of the Frederick County Sheriff by establishing that the salary is $125,000 for calendar year 2026, $175,000 for calendar year 27, and 28 and beyond, equivalent to 82.5% of Frederick State's Attorney's annual salary, including any increments and salary adjustments as specified. It also increases from $199,000 to $250,000 the annual salary of the Prince George's County State's Attorney, and requires the Talbot County Council to set the salary for the Talbot County State's Attorney beginning 2028, pursuant to the constitutional requirements of the salary increase takes effect beginning of the next term of office. Mr. President, there are 3 committee amendments. 1 is technical. Amendment number 2 adds provisions relating to Talbot County. Amendment number 3 adds provisions related to Frederick County. I'd move for the adoption of the 3 committee amendments in the favorable committee report.
All right, the floor leader moves the adoption of the 3 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. Recognize the senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to not concur with the amendment as taken in committee, specifically the Frederick County amendment. All right. Now, this was a local delegation bill, and the Prince George's delegation did not have an opportunity to take advantage of this. We'd like to remove that amendment.
So the question is on the adoption of the 3 committee amendments. We can't separate out specific amendments, Senator. This is the issue. So it's an up or down vote on the amendment.
And we'd like to take them all out.
All right. The senator seeks to remove.
We're asking that I'm asking for a roll call vote, and we do not support any of the amendments attached to this Prince George's County delegation bill.
All right. Question is on the amendments, on the adoption of the amendments. Any further discussion? If not, the clerk will, yes, recognize the senator
Mr.
from the.
President. So I just want to give some clarifying language here. You know, we talk about our context. We talk about local courtesy. We talk about these things. These words are supposed to have meaning. You know, and we provide a great deal of local courtesy. All we're asking is the office that holds the position of sheriff in Frederick County. That bill moved out of here unanimously, by the way. It moved out unanimously. Or, I'm sorry, except for one. But it moved out. Very favorable. And the office of the sheriff, unlike many counties, that office of the sheriff, that person is a full-service sheriff's office, meaning they're not only responsible for the jail, they're not only responsible for the courthouse, they're responsible for the patrol operations of the entire county. To have this now be 20 years, our local delegation has gone 10 years bringing this legislation forward, and 10 years it has gotten struck down. We want to be able to have good candidates that are coming out, that are supportive. We haven't had, this body has not moved the pay of the office of Frederick County Sheriff in 20 years. It sits today at $125,000. $125,000 to be the chief law enforcement officer of an entire county that's responsible for all patrol operations, the detention center, as well as the courthouse security. All we're asking is to give parity. When people talk about local courtesy, we're just talking about give that local courtesy, extend it to us, allow that to move forward so that we can get this measure move forward and everybody gets equity. The Talbot State's Attorney gets equity. This is not as easy as, well, we're just want this out because we're upset and we want this part ruled out. Everybody should be seeking parity here because we all get parity for our own representative districts with local courtesy. That's all we're asking, local courtesy. And with that, I would really encourage the body to remember what it means to be local courtesy for our own districts that we all represent. So with that, I would really encourage a down vote, a red vote on the motion to remove the 3 amendments, or I don't know which way it is right now, but I would, or a green vote on keeping the favorable report of the 3 amendments.
All right, questions on the amendments. A green vote is for the adoption of the committee amendments. A red vote would be in opposition to the committee amendments, which would take up the report as without the amendments. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Does everyone record their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote?
Yeah.
Yes, recognize the senator from Prince George's.
Yeah, so just to make very clear, there actually is a bill from Frederick County that is actually already in the House that this body did pass. The idea that we would be putting an amendment on a local Prince George's County bill that will then poison the bill and make it die at this hour, I find very objectionable. I'm voting no on the adopting amendments.
Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And out of deference and all due respect, the reason why we put these amendments together was to combine everything at this late hour to ensure that we had an opportunity to get it through. No disrespect, and with all deference, not trying to kill the bill, want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to move forward, and that's why we put these 3 jurisdictions together. That was the thinking behind it. Obviously, no disrespect and all due deference to every local jurisdiction, but wanted to make sure that we had time at this very late hour to make sure that all 3 jurisdictions that are included in this bill had an opportunity.
Recognize the senator from the 25th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to go on the record and make it very clear. This is a local bill for Prince George's County, and thank you for those who have put up the red vote. Keep your vote red. Thank you.
Yes, recognize the senator from Prince George's.
For all of you in the room, this bill here, the state's attorney's salary, Prince George's County goes through a process. We have hearings on bills that come down here, particularly this one. And I find it very curious as to why the other counties that want to be amended in did not put in their own bill. That's what I'm concerned about. Could I have the speaker?
Senator, sorry
answer
that
that
we're
question?
in the midst. We're in explanation of votes.
I better not say anything else. I'm trying to get along with everybody before I leave here.
Clerk will take the call. By a vote of 22 to 22, the amendments are not adopted. The bill is on third reading for final passage. Excuse me, no, it's not. We're on the favorable report, on the favorable report, on the favorable report. Any discussion on the favorable report?
Mr. President.
Yes.
So to be clear, on the adoption, so were the amendments not
The committee
adopted?
amendments were not adopted. They're not adopted. So the question is on the report. Yeah, a majority is required for the adoption of an amendment of those present.
That's really disappointing that we have a body that doesn't support local. It's a local bill, but there's also other local bills, and it would be appropriate to put it in there. So I don't know why everyone thought that it was a poison pill, but it's really, really disappointing that this body would take an angle to not only punish Frederick County delegation, but to punish the Talbot County delegation in their support of a bill. It's really disappointing to see something so partisan. So it was a bipartisan, and there was no reason for it not to die on local courtesy. That's
All right.
unfortunate. Thank you, Mr. President.
On the favorable report, any further discussion? If not, any objections to the report? Without objection, the report is adopted. Any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1222 is on third reading, or is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1614, Delegate Arns, Maryland Transportation Authority, Lane Use Control Signal Monitoring Systems, favorable with 2 amendments.
All right, let's see, floor leader? Floor leader? Floor leader? Yes, we're going to
Sorry.
42nd.
Daydreaming here, attributed to age. So, House Bill 1614, as amended, the bill authorizes the use of lane control signaling monitoring systems by the Maryland Transportation Authority on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge to record and cite instances of motor vehicles in violation of state law entering or traveling in a lane over which a red lane use control signal is shown. We've all driven next to these lanes. If it shows red, hopefully we haven't driven in the lane. There are 2 amendments. Amendment 1 is technical. Amendment 2 limits the application of the bill to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. I move the favorable adoption of the 2 committee amendments as well as the committee report.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the 2 committee amendments and the favorable committee report. On the amendments, recognize the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the bill and the amendments lie over under the rule?
Motion carries. The bill and the amendments will lie over under the rule for an hour. All right, let's go to a conference committee report. House Bill 1063. 1063.
House Bill 1063, Delegate Boyce, Natural Resources, Hunting, Management.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference committee amendments alter reporting requirements under the bill to include input from all relevant stakeholders, a summary of relevant safety statistics, and a summary of Sunday hunting regulations. The conference committee amendments also retain language added by the Senate ensuring Sunday hunting may not occur under the new deer management permit. I move the adoption of the conference committee report.
All right, the Chair of the Conference Committee moves for the adoption of the Conference Committee report. Any objections? Without objection, the Conference Committee report is adopted. House Bill 1063 is on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1063, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Let's see, that was Conference Committee. Let's go to, we have a budget and tax calendar, Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 500, Delegate Hartman, Sales and Use Tax, Precious Metal, Bullion, or Coins.
All right. Budget and tax. Recognize the Senator from District 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is a direct cross-file of the bill that we passed earlier this session dealing with bullion. That repeals basically what we did last session with regards to the increase of the tax. This takes it back to how it was prior to the 2025 session. Move favorable on the committee report.
Floor leader moves to adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 500 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 654, Delegate Baylor, Natural Resources, Maryland Heritage Area Authority, favorable.
Recognize the Senator from District 2 on the favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 654, is identical to Senate Bill 638 that passed the Senate unanimously earlier this session. There are no committee amendments. Move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 654 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1587, Delegate Patterson, Gaming Operation of Electronic Instant Bingo Machines, favorable, one amendment.
Recognizing the chair of the committee on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This involves definitions of an electronic bingo machine. It is not required to print a paper ticket in each game of instant bingo unless the player elects for the ticket. The State Lottery and Gaming Control Agency must adopt regulations to implement the bill. Additionally, the agency must retain an independent third-party vendor and report to the Governor and the General Assembly by December 1st, 2026 on the impacts of potential expansion of electronic instant bingo machines, historical horse racing machines, and video lottery facilities as specified. There's one amendment, corrects a technical error, makes a technical error, and also makes clarifying changes and requires the State Lottery and Gaming Agency to include certain in coordination with the stakeholders in preparation of the report. Move adoption of the amendment and the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the one committee amendment and the favorable committee report. On the amendment, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the one committee amendment is adopted. Question now on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any further amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, the bill is ordered passed for third reading. Recognize the chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could move to have two readings in one day.
The chair's moved to suspend the rules to have two readings in the same day on this amended House bill that will need a concurrence. Are there any objections? Without objection, the motion carries. House Bill 1587 is now before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 45 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1587 have received constitutional majorities declared passed. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1599, Delegate Jacobs, Chesapeake Bay Enhancement Program, Maryland Seafood Industry Financial Assistance Fund.
Recognizing the senator from the 29th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1599 is identical to Senate Bill 558 that passed the Senate unanimously. There are no committee amendments. I move for the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1599 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. We have two concurrences. Clerk will read the first bill.
Senate Bill 193, Senator Quarterman, Washington County Sales and Use Tax Exemption Target Redevelopment Area.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments add records retention and reporting requirements concerning the sales and use tax under the bill. We concur.
All right, the chair moves to concur with the House amendments. Any objection to the motion? Without objection, the Senate concurs with the House amendments. Senate Bill 193 is again before the Senate on third reading, final passage. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 47 votes in the affirmative. Senate Bill 193, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
Senate Bill 558, Senator Bailey, Chesapeake Bay Enhancement Program and Maryland Seafood Industry Financial Assistance Fund.
All right, recognize the chair of the committee on the House amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendments strike mandated appropriations, alter provisions establishing the Maryland Seafood Industry Financial Assistance Fund, and authorize fund transfers to the fund. Funds transferred shall be repaid by June 30th, 2028. We concur.
All right, committee moves that we concur with the House amendments. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. The Senate Bill 558 is again before the Senate on third reading for final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their votes? Anyone wish to change their votes, explain their votes? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 47 votes in the affirmative, Senate Bill 558, having received a constitutional majority, is declared passed.
Mr. President.
Yes, recognize Senator from the 29th.
Thank you. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to everyone that helped us on that landmark legislation that we just passed that helps our oystermen and the seafood industry in Maryland. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, recognize Senator from District 4.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a vote change on HB 1587 from red to green.
1587 from red to green.
Yep.
Do we have the form, Senator? Come back. 1587. All right. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. All right. We have a concurrence calendar number 24. Clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 762, Senator Gazone, Horse Racing Racetrack Facility Renewal Account Grants Alterations.
Recognizing the chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This requires, the amendments require, if Ocean Downs or Roachcroft closes and is no longer used for live racing, 70% of the respective balance will go to the remaining racetrack. We concur.
All right. Chair moves to concur with the House amendments. Any objections? Without objection, the House amendments are adopted. Senate Bill 762 is again before the Senate on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 47 votes in the affirmative. Senate Bill 762, have received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Appears we have the cross file of that one. This is Report 37 out of Budget and Tax. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1598, Delegate McCaskill, Horse Racing Racetrack Facility Renewal Account Grants Alterations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill, or House Bill 1598 is identical to Senate Bill 762, passed the Senate earlier this year. This allows standardbred racing license to receive a grant, capital construction plan, racetrack facility renewal account. No amendments. Move favorable in the committee report.
Further to move to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1598 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. I think we've passed all of these. All right, let's do report number 51. Clerk, read the first bill.
House Bill 222, Delegate Vogel, County Board of Education, opioid overdosing reversing medications.
All right, recognizing the Vice Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill just makes it easier for students to save their colleagues' lives. Makes local boards of education come up with policies. There are two amendments. One is technical and the other removes other reversing drug overdose reversing drug, because naloxone is the item of choice right now. Move adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report.
Further to move the adoption of the two committee amendments and the favorable committee report on the amendments. Any discussion? Yes.
Not on the amendments, on the report.
Any objections to the amendments? Without objection, the two amendments are adopted. On the amended report, recognize the Senator for District 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could the floor leader please yield to a couple questions?
Senator may proceed.
Hi. Have we had a a significant incidence of opioid overdoses across the state in the schools?
Sadly, we have.
Do we have the data that supports that?
This isn't about data. This isn't about data collection or reporting. This is about saving lives and making sure that our students that can get training can administer naloxone.
So we're going to teach our students to give an opioid reversing medication. Is it putting in naloxone in the schools then?
It is making sure that each local board of education can come up with their own policy. We authorize them to make their own decisions and then make sure that the students are trained so as to save lives.
Excellent. So have we had overdoses in the schools that have been documented?
I actually can't speak to that. That wasn't part of the hearing.
But that would be kind of wouldn't that be the idea, that you'd want to be able to have something like this to be available to help those that are overdosing?
I'm taking you literally when you say in the schools. It could also be on the playground or on the ball field or out with friends at a dance. It's about making sure that we can save lives.
So it's making sure we can save lives that by teaching children. And how old, what age group does this affect?
Again, the local boards will come up with their own policies, as we trust them to do.
So there's no guidance on this, on what age groups we're going to have teaching this opportunity to administer an opioid overdosing drug called naloxone that in and of itself requires a prescription to be distributed, but we're going to give them access to that and teach them to use it.
Senator, as amended, it's specifically for high school students.
So it is only for high school students?
Yes, sir.
So was this bill originally, when it was crafted, like 3rd through 5th graders were going to be administering this?
Originally, it was school nurse, school health service personnel, other school personnel, and an individual acting in good faith. So it now includes a high school student in accordance with, and it makes sure that they can't be sued acting in good faith, good intent.
What I'm looking at here, it says that the instruction must be delivered in grade bands as follows: 1st grade through 5th grade. Oh, I see. And now it's putting it which ones. And now you said they've corrected that and made it only 9th through 12th grade. Is that what you're saying?
That is the way I'm reading the bill. A high school student, if you look on page 4 of the reprint, a high school student who has received training on the appropriate use of naloxone. And I will just clarify that there was no opposition and the bill passed unanimously in the Senate, in our committee.
Okay. And so we're teaching children that we have an out for their decisions. So are we also including training on the idea of identifying opiates and opioids and not to use them and things of that nature? Is that anything we're considering or no?
This is about saving lives and training people on the use of naloxone.
Yeah, I mean, not taking the drugs would be an important component of that. So we're enabling, by having this piece of legislation, we're enabling a mindset that says, hey, it's okay, you know, unless it's included in the language in the bill that says, hey, this is how you save someone that overdoses on an opioid by using this naloxone, but there's also measures in place like training or education before they ever would try the opiates.
Senator, they do get the just say no concept and education and tutoring in their health classes. That's not what this bill is.
The state of Maryland teaches just say no in the schools?
They teach about health, about drug use, and that is in their health programs. That's not what this bill does.
I understand, but I think it's important that it be tied to it, that we want to have that discussion. We want to make sure that we're showing that, look, this is the outcomes of certain inputs into your body. And when you do that, we want to be sure that we want to show them the importance of the training that we're giving them and that they're going to be administering an naloxone, an opiate reversing drug, in their nostrils and what it does to the body and how it works. And it's important to understand that because people can die from it. People have died from it. I just am curious as to how the school is now taking something and adding an opiate overdose, reversing medication training without having the specific training geared towards the idea that opiates are bad, opioids are bad, heroin is bad right away. So, I mean, we've got some high school seniors in here. I'm pretty sure I'd like to hear their input on this, actually, on the importance of this to have it joined. So, yeah, Mr. President, I'd like to lay the bill over for the purposes of an amendment.
Senator, the layover would be out of order at this time. There is no amendment on the bill.
We just adopted the amendments.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. I'd like to special order it for the purposes of an amendment.
Let's check with the floor leader.
I'm going to resist. This bill passed the House 133 to 0. Not very much passes with 0 votes against. And as I said, there was no opposition in the hearing, and it passed our committee unanimously. I would reject the special order, the motion is special order.
All right, question remains on the special order. All in favor of the special order, say aye. Okay. Noes have it. Noes have it. On the favorable report as amended.
Okay, thank you for that. And so we can do an amendment on third reader on House bills, correct?
That's correct.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, on the report as amended, any further discussion? Yes, recognized Senator from District 5.
Mr. President, I did see the vote in the House, and I don't know that, I sure hope people understood you're empowering minors to handle naloxone. I don't know about that. So, I mean, we have an opportunity on third. I know the intention is very good, and I've supported naloxone. I think all of us have, making sure we can have it. But that's a tough one. I guess there's nothing we can really do to a third reader, but that seems problematic to me, Mr. President. So maybe we can figure out something between now and third reader. But I do just want to say, I saw it passed unanimously, but man, oh man, having a 16 or 17-year-old administering an overdose reversal drug seems dicey. So just putting that out there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the report, if there's no objection, without objection, the favorable report as amended is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 222 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 326, Delegate Ebersol, Education Maryland Center for School Safety, Anonymous Reporting System.
All right. Recognizing the Vice Chair of the Committee on the report.
This is on the same topic, Mr. President, and it's about school safety. This sets up an anonymous reporting system. There was no opposition, no amendment, no fiscal implications. It just expands and creates an anonymous reporting system. Move adoption of the favorable committee report.
All right, the floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion, any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 326 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 1341, Delegate Ebersol, Immigration Enforcement, Expanding Sensitive Locations, favorable 3 amendments.
Recognized Senator from the 27th District is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is substantially similar to Senate Bill 810 as passed by the Senate. This emergency bill requires public school personnel to notify the county superintendent of an affected school or county superintendent designee if the school personnel is notified of immigration enforcement in a sensitive location that includes a school. There are 2 amendments. The first amendment is technical. The second amendment changes the term judicial officer to cover officer and requires the courthouse to implement a policy that considers the guidance of the Attorney General and to update that policy each year if necessary. I move the adoption of 2 committee amendments in the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the 3 committee amendments in the favorable committee report. On the amendments, any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, 3 committee amendments are adopted. Question on the amended report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the amended report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1341 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Let's go to JPR Report 38. Clerk, read the first bill.
House Bill 55, Delegate Guyton, Vehicle Law Speed Monitoring Systems, Residential Districts.
Recognizing the senator from the 44th.
Thank you very much. This bill expands the authorization to install and utilize speed cameras on roads in residential districts with a maximum posted speed limit of 35 miles per hour to all local jurisdictions instead of only Anne Arundel, Montgomery, and Prince George's County. There were no committee amendments. I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves to the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 55 is hereby ordered
Mr.
passed.
President?
Yes.
Can there be 2 readings on this?
It doesn't have an amendment. All of this calendar doesn't, so I think we should be fine with all
Thank
of these.
you.
All right. Without objection, the favorable committee, the bill will be ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 210, Delegate Foley, Motor Vehicles, Out-of-State Drivers, Automated Enforcement, favorable.
Out-of-state drivers. Senator, recognize the senator from the 25th as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill requires each county and municipal automated traffic enforcement program to submit an annual report to the Vision Zero coordinator with specified information regarding out-of-state automated enforcement citations. There are no committee amendments. I ask that you accept this report. Thank you.
All right, floor leader moves to adoption of the favorable committee report, recognizing the senator from District 4.
If the floor leader would yield for a few questions about this bill.
Senator may proceed.
So what exactly are we trying to stop here, Senator?
Well, the bigger issue that we were having before was we had so many people with different, with out-of-state license plates, and that was a major, major problem. I know the good senator from Baltimore City put a bill in that addressed this already, and what this does is tracks this information because we got a lot of folks that are getting, they're getting tickets and not paying these tickets across the board.
Oh, okay. So we have a lot of citizens in the state of Maryland. You're saying they're Maryland citizens that have Virginia tags?
Well, we don't know that. That's what we're trying to figure out.
So is this, it says automated enforcement. Does that mean it has to, is it tracking these people?
That's what we're trying to get to happen out of this bill.
So we're going to pass this bill that tracks people's movement by out-of-state tags.
Out-of-state tags. We're going to be tracking folks.
Wow.
And it's a report at the end of the year.
So we're tracking out-of-state drivers and their movement, and we're now capturing that data. I'm surprised that we don't have more of an outcry from my good friends at the ACLU over this, tracking data of out-of-state tags coming into Maryland. So it could be anybody, right? As long as it's out-of-state tag, we're going to start capturing it when they're getting a speed ticket.
We want to capture this information at the end of the year. I believe you voted for this bill in committee, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand it right now, though. So I'm just asking for some clarification. So out-of-state drivers come in, they get a speed camera ticket. Do we cite them a ticket or no?
Well, we're talking traffic control, signal monitoring systems, school bus monitoring cameras, stop sign monitoring systems, speed monitoring systems, work zone control systems, bus lane monitoring systems, noise abatement monitoring systems. We can thank the good delegate, the good senator from District 22 for that one, vehicle height monitoring systems, and the other county or municipal automated traffic enforcement system. People aren't paying paying these, and we want to actually figure out what's taking place.
Maryland really gives a lot of tickets out to its drivers, is what I'm hearing. We got a lot of monitoring going on, a lot of speed monitoring, red light monitoring, noise monitoring. I mean, and so what's happening is we continue, this body, I won't say me in that we, but this body continues to drive up the deficit, to drive up the cost for citizens in the state of Maryland to live, so that what we suspect is that they're going to out of state to get a tag, because if they have an out-of-state tag, we don't have a cooperative agreement with those states yet to be able to enforce those infractions, do we?
You got to repeat that. You said a lot of stuff.
Gladly.
No.
So
No.
what we have is we have a bunch of out-of-state. You might want to listen this time, because I'll do it a third time.
All right, Senator, this is Senate Maryland. Let's be respectful.
Senator, I'm trying to listen. Well, Mr. President, in fairness, I'm being interrupted by someone who's listening to my.
That was a final warning.
What's my final warning for, Mr. President? What happens if I'm asking a question?
Senator, this body is built on respect.
I'm showing respect, and I would like to have it shown.
It did not appear so by this chair. Senator may proceed on the issue at hand.
That's what I've been doing, Mr. President. Senator, so we have out-of-state drivers, suspected out-of-state drivers, that drive through this state, And we've already recognized that we have speed cameras, we have we have red light cameras, we have noise citations, we have stop sign cameras, we have crosswalk cameras, we have bus lane cameras. We've got a lot of cameras in this state. Have we any, and what I'm asking was, out of all those cameras, when someone from out of state, an out-of-state tag violates one of those, is the state of Maryland issuing them a citation?
Yes.
We are. For out-of-state vehicles? Well, that's the first. I don't remember that in our discussion I don't remember that in discussion in committee, that we're issuing citations to Virginia.
The answer was yes.
So what's the penalty if an out-of-state person doesn't pay it?
That is the whole purpose of this bill right now.
So there's no teeth to it. We can't enforce it. Is that what I'm hearing? So now we want to be able to hold those accountable, even though those out-of-state, we want to track their movement and these violations across the spectrum of our wonderful roadways across the state of Maryland here to make sure we can collect on those. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have we considered like an MOU with another state for collection on that?
Yes.
What happened with it?
Senate Bill 111. Do you remember that bill? It passed.
No. Can we talk about it?
We're on this bill.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about it next. But what does Senate Bill 111 that you brought up, Senator? What is that about? About an MOU?
We're focusing on this bill right now.
Okay. So have we considered an MOU to hold accountable out-of-state violators that don't pay their fine?
That's the purpose of this bill.
I thought it was Senate Bill 111, Senator.
It's the purpose of this bill.
So this bill considers an MOU?
No. This
But
bill
that's
does
what
not
I
consider an
just
MOU.
asked, Senator, was have we considered an MOU with other states for collection of these fines that happen, these violations that happen in the state of Maryland?
Can we stick to this bill? That's
what I'm asking. It's
SB
about this
111.
bill.
That's that bill.
I'm asking about this bill. In this bill, did we consider, you said we're not talking about SB 111.
And this bill, no.
The senator said we're not talking about 111. What we're talking about is 210. What I'm asking is that was it ever considered in this piece of legislation here, have we ever considered an MOU for collecting these delinquent fees?
I don't remember getting an amendment from you on that.
Well, I'm happy to offer one. So if that's, well, Mr. President, I mean, it sounds like that the senator is open to an amendment. So with that, I would like to offer to special order the bill for the purposes of an amendment so that we can ensure that we have an MOU in place to ensure that we're getting, collection of these violations that are left outstanding from out-of-state drivers.
Mr. President, I reject this.
All right, on this motion of special order, questions on the special order. All in favor of the special order say aye. Opposed, nay.
No.
The noes have it.
Thank you.
On the court.
Thank you. So, when
Senator,
we
these
have,
are one of those moments, just a quick moment, these are one of those moments that reputations get made and broken. Just one of those moments. So, Senator has the floor.
well aware. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the reminder. So the out-of-state drivers, what will this bill do? Will this bill create a journal, a history of these drivers that come through that don't pay their fines?
It's an annual report.
But is it an annual report of individual license plate holders that violate different infractions across the state?
Yes.
And then what will we do with that data, that report? What happens to it?
So the Vision Zero program, it goes to the Vision Zero program for them to utilize the data.
It goes to the Vision Zero program. Is there any enforcement? Do they send out violation notices? Is it going to be used for the next step in this process?
No.
So it's just sharing information of out-of-state drivers with Vision Zero.
Yes.
That violate our laws.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the report, any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 210 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 503, Delegate Smith, Baltimore City Sheriff's Office, Collective Bargaining, favorable.
Recognize Senator from the 26th District.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is for the purpose of including salary and wages in the compensation with regard to which full-time sworn law office enforcement officers and court security officers in Baltimore City may collectively bargain, altering the person with whom the full-time sworn officers and court security officers are to seek recognition for the purposes of collective bargaining. Yes, in terms of sworn officers. This is a good bill. It passed committee, and I'm in favor of the report. Thank you.
All right, floor leader moves the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 503 is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 591, Delegate Beauchamp, Wycomico County Highway Pedestrian Safety Act, favorable.
Recognize Senator from District 1 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 591. This bill prohibits in Wycomico County a person from standing in the roadway, shoulder, medium divider, or intersection determined to be inherently dangerous by the county or the municipality in the county in consultation with the State Highway Administration. A citation under the bill may be issued only if appropriate signage is installed. There are no committee amendments. Therefore, I move the adoption of the committee report.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 591 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 668, St. Mary's County Delegation, St. Mary's County Prohibition on Standing an Inherently Dangerous Highway, favorable.
Recognize the senator from District 1 as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 668. This bill prohibits in St. Mary's County a person from standing in the roadway, shoulder or medium divider, or intersection determined to be inherently dangerous by the county or a municipality in the county in consultation with the State Highway Administration. A citation under the bill may be issued under its appropriate signage is installed. There are no committee amendments. Therefore, I move the adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objection? Yes, recognize the senator from the 28th District.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Question for the floor leader.
Senator may proceed.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. President.
Question for the floor leader.
Yeah, so question on the bill. So I've seen in the past where police officers, troopers get in the middle of a road to pull people over. This bill, you said any person is prohibited from doing that. Is that exemption in the bill for law enforcement officers?
I don't see it there, and there needs to be signage that's actually appropriately displayed before anybody can actually be a citation given to them, sir.
So there's a signage that has to go up on the roads, say St. Mary's saying, no, you're not allowed to stand in the road?
In that particular area that has been deemed by the municipality or by the county in consultation with State Highway Administration, yes, sir.
So how is that bill, this bill, if it becomes law, apply to law enforcement who want to go in the road for particular
I am unaware of how that complies with law enforcement, sir. I think that's a different subject, but therefore I could be completely wrong, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I could be completely wrong, sir.
So is there anyone in the committee who knows if this bill would prohibit law enforcement officers from going in the middle of the road for enforcement purposes?
I don't think that this bill has anything to do with police officers, sir, and therefore it would not.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you, Floor Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right. On the report, any further discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing it's none, House Bill 668 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 768, Delegate Simpson, Department of Human Services, Benefits for Children in Custody, alterations favorable.
Recognize the senator from the 34th as the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We want to move for the adoption of the favorable report for this House bill, which I just want to note the Senate bill will be the last time that Senator West will have a bill before us along with myself and Senator Muse together. But this is the House version. It's a very good bill that ensures that the benefits to children in state custody, that those benefits from the federal government go directly to the support of the children rather than expenses incurred by the state of Maryland. As I said, we're moving for a favorable committee report. There are no amendments. It was unanimous.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 768 is ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 915, Delegate Hill, Work Group on Aging Out of Foster Care, favorable.
Recognizing Vice Chair of the committee is floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill establishes the Work Group on Aging Out of Foster Care to be staffed by the State Citizens Review Board for Children. There are no committee amendments. Mr. President, I move the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 915 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk, read the next bill.
House Bill 993, Delegate Valderrama, Real Property Short-Term Rentals, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from District 30 is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill prohibits the governing body of a county or municipality from enacting a local law that would prohibit the property from being listed as a short-term rental solely because the property is operated by a leasee or subleasee. However, the bill does authorize the local government to enact a local law or ordinance prohibiting an operator from operating more than one in a jurisdiction as a short-term rental if the operator is a leasee or subleasee. Short-term rental means a residential dwelling unit. It does not include a hotel, motel, boarding house, student group residential facility, fraternity or sorority house, or similar housing. There are no committee amendments. Move for adoption of the favorable committee report.
Floor leader moves for the adoption of the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Yes, I recognize the majority leader.
Thank you very nice.
Minority leader.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. The floor leader yield for just a quick question, please.
Senator may proceed.
I just saw in looking through it, I know the bill was not amended here, but MACO had opposition to the bill. Are they still opposed to this, or do you recall any testimony from them and where their position became on this?
I believe that the language that allows the local governments to limit is the language that would help to neutralize the opposition from MACO, but I do have someone checking with committee counsel to see specifically if we did get some revised or additional testimony, and the answer to that is yes.
We did. So it was revised to take away MACO's opposition.
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. All right, on the favorable report, any discussion, any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 993 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1132, Delegate Terrassa, Condominiums and Homeowners Association Resale Contracts Notice Requirements, favorable.
Recognizing the senator from the 16th District is the floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this bill makes various changes to provisions related to required disclosures to a purchaser for the resale of a unit within a condominium or a lot within a homeowners association. Among other provisions, the bill 1 requires the seller to provide notice of certain changes in mandatory fees, payments, or other disclosures. 2 alters the fees a governing body for a condominium or HOA or its agent may charge for providing specified information. And 3 alters the deadline by which the purchaser must be given certain disclosure. There are no committee amendments. It was unanimous out of the committee. I move the unanimous committee report.
Floor leader moves to adopt the favorable committee report. Any discussion? Any objections? Without objection, the favorable committee report is adopted. Are there any amendments to the bill or its title? Seeing none, House Bill 1132 is hereby ordered passed for third reading. Is that right? Is there another one? Clerk will read. Nope, that'll do it. Recognize the chair of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we pass this on to third reader, I'd like to just make a motion to separate out House Bill 503, 591, 668 to be placed on a consent calendar. All those bills passed unanimously out of committee.
Local bills passed unanimously to consent. Are there any objections? The senator, give us one more time the numbers. Sorry.
Sure. Yes. House Bill 503.
503?
House 591.
591?
668.
668. 668. Thank you very much, Senator. Any objections? Without objections, the bill will be added to a consent calendar. All right. Let's do. We have two bills on the calendar here. Third reading calendar number 65. 65. If we could ring the bells, Madam Secretary. All right. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1247, Prince George's Delegation, Prince George's County Tax and Increment Financing, on third reading for final passage.
House Bill 1247 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? If anyone should change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 44 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1247 has received a constitutional majority, is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1346, Delegate Amprey, State Department of Assessments and Taxation.
House Bill 1346 on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1346 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Let's do one more. Last one. 56. Third reading calendar 56. Clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 358, Delegate Pavlakovich Carr, Sales and Use Tax, Elementary or Secondary School Book Fairs.
House Bill 358, third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 358 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 590, Howard County Delegation, Howard County Transfer Tax, Use of Proceeds.
House Bill 590 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 590 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 672, Delegate Shetty, Public Health, Maryland Pediatric Cancer Fund.
House Bill 672 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 672 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 776, Delegate Bruff, Juvenile Law, Child in Need of Supervision.
House Bill 776 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 776 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 852, Delegate Sample Hughes, Higher Education Scholarship for Correctional Officers.
House Bill 852 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 852 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 911, Delegate McCaskill, Horse Racing, Laurel Park, Arabian Breed Racing Authorization.
House Bill 911 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 911 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1062, Delegate Embry, Estates and Trust, Jurisdiction over Property of Minors or Disabled Persons.
House Bill 1062 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone should change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. 43 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1062 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1149, Delegate Young, State Finance, Claims of the State Settlement.
House Bill 1149 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President,
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone should change their vote, explain their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1149 have received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1305, Delegate Kaiser, State Welfare System reporting.
House Bill 1305, third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1305 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1345, Delegate Cardin, Maryland Trust Act, interim clause void.
House Bill 1345 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1345 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. Clerk will read the next bill.
House Bill 1563, the Speaker, Emergency Room Services and Post-Acute Care.
House Bill 1563 is on third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone wish to change their vote? Explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. Oh, shoot. Did I? Any objections if the green on 1563? That's why we did the calendar. Without objection. Any objections? Without objection, in the green, thank you. The bill is 46 votes in the affirmative. Bill is passed. All right, we've got a special order calendar for after the third reading calendar. This is House Bill 1425. Clerk, read the bill.
House Bill 1425, Delegate Clippinger, Baltimore City Alcoholic Beverages Licenses Revisions.
Third reading, final passage. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Has everyone recorded their vote? Anyone who should change their vote, explain their vote. If not, the clerk will take the call. With 46 votes in the affirmative, House Bill 1425 having received a constitutional majority is declared passed. All right, we're pausing. However, we do have one. We're gonna before we finish. We are gonna have one short presentation, but we're gonna probably look at. We're gonna say 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Realistically, let's say 9:15. 9:15. We're way behind. 9. Everyone wants 9. 9 o'clock it is. 9 o'clock it is. 9 o'clock it is. All right, eat quickly. I think a break will be good for everyone. A break will be good for everyone. All right, so we're going to say 9 o'clock. Let's see, is there any, senators, please could just give us a moment. Give us a moment. We're going to be done in just a moment. Anything from the Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance Committee needs to go back to do a few concurrences.
Concurrences.
So as soon as we're finished on the floor, we need to go back.
Excellent. Tripoli?
Same thing here, Mr. President. When we're done, let's do a few concurrences and 1 or 2 votes, and then that'll be it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator. Budget and tax?
We would be likewise, but will we be having rules?
Not right this moment, but we might be able to do it right at 9.
Okay. Then we'll go right after we're done here.
Yep. Judicial proceedings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The Judicial Proceedings Committee has a few concur, not concurs, plus a couple of votes to take, so immediately after floor.
All right, excellent. Any other announcements? Any other announcements before we adjourn? Senators, we are certainly highlighting all of our retirees who are leaving public service, and we are deeply thankful for their incredible service to the state of Maryland. There are other of us that will be back whether we choose, and some that won't be back if we don't choose. You know, we never know. So, but however, we do have we have a member who is running for another office and is running for Congress, and so he will not be back with us this year. But we wanted to make sure that we gave him or in the next term. We do hope that he does the best he can in the 5th district race. I want to be very cautious in the way I talk about an election. So he is, he's been running very hard, but the senator from the 28th district has been a stalwart, an Air Force veteran who has been working incredibly hard for his community. I did want to read one particular quote from early on, and if folks don't know, when the senator was first running for office, after he went down, I had a chance to visit Cobb Island in his district. And it is a fascinating place where it's on its own independent area. And the senator, traditionally would not be a place you would think with a new challenging senator where they would really have a base of support. And we went down to the Democratic Club there, and I will never forget those moments. And I want to read this, that after the surprise election at the time, the senator said, "The population of Charles County has changed dramatically, and the needs have changed. This election is a major adaptation to those changes. I'm happy to be a part of that." And from that, he has fought tooth and nail, heart and soul for Charles County. And so while he's not leaving public service, we wanted to give him a chance to give a reflection on his time here as he parts ways into his next adventure in the 5th Congressional District. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues, and friends. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude. Serving alongside you in this chamber since 2019 has been one of the highest honors of my life. When I first walked into this historic room as an honorable veteran and a proud son of the Caribbean, I carried with me the hopes of District 28. Today, as I prepare for my next chapter, I carry the memories of the hard-fought battles, the bipartisan breakthroughs, and the enduring friendships we've built. We haven't always agreed. You know, I'm never afraid to stand and protest over issues that I believe in strongly. But I've always tried to respect the integrity of this body and our shared mission to make Maryland a better place for everyone. I began my Maryland journey as a student at the University of Maryland and a cadet in the Corps of Cadets at the Air Force ROTC program at UMD. There at UMD, we were taught military leadership and history about leaders like Brigadier General Billy Mitchell, now known as the father of the U.S. Air Force. Well, the father of the U.S. Air Force was court-martialed in 1925 for insubordination after accusing military leadership of incompetence and criminal negligence, following a 1924 report predicting a Japanese surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. He was found guilty on December 17, 1925, and suspended for 5 years without pay. Well, General Mitchell theories were proven accurate when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in 1941, precisely as General Mitchell predicted 17 years earlier. So why did I tell you this story? I want you to wait 17 years before you judge me. Looking back, I'm incredibly proud of what we have achieved together. My work here has always concerned those who are often overlooked. We passed the doula bill, authorizing Medicaid to cover birthing services to combat the tragic disparities in maternal health, because no mother or baby should be left behind. As a disabled veteran, I fought to expand property tax exemptions and secure scholarships for those who served, ensuring Maryland remains a place that honors its heroes. From securing millions for the Boys and Girls Club to championing the Southern Maryland Rapid Rail Transit, we've laid the groundwork for a more vibrant, connected future for Charles County, and I pencil in for Prince George's County. I'm proud of our government shutdown protections bill, which we passed and ensured when Washington stalls, Maryland's furloughed workers aren't left in the cold. Those exemptions came into effect and still in effect because of the government shutdown with the Homeland Security, protecting federal employees in Maryland from foreclosure, from evictions, and from cutoff of utility bills. This we did together as a body, and I thank you. So as I take my leave, my message to you is one of encouragement. This chamber is a place of immense power, but its true strength lies in our ability to listen to those whose voices are quietest. Keep fighting for the unseen Marylanders. keep pushing for equity in our schools, our healthcare, and our voting booths. Maryland is at its best when we are bold, inclusive, and relentless in our pursuit of justice. Thank you to my constituents for your votes, my family members for their unwavering support and patience, to my staff for their tireless work, and to all of you, my colleagues, for the lessons you have taught me. I look forward to continuing our work for the people of Maryland in new ways. May God bless our troops. May God bless the Senate. May God bless the great state of Maryland and the entire United States.
Well said, Senator. Well said. Well said. Recognizing the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move. I would like to move that we journalize the good senator's remarks.
Without objection, most certainly we'll journalize the remarks and thank the senator for his thoughtful reflection. Appreciate that. All right, let's do a quorum call.
Mr. President?
Has everyone recorded their presence? Yeah. Yes. Has everyone recorded their presence? So clerk will take the call. With 46 members in the chamber and a quorum being present, the Senate of Maryland remains in session. Recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate of Maryland stand adjourned until 9 p.m. Promptly.
Promptly 9 p.m. Truly, promptly 9 p.m. Without objection, so ordered. The chamber will stay secured. 9 p.m. See you then.